Guys, first of all, hello. What's up? How are you doing? But secondly, it's cold. I'm freezing. It's so cold. Oh. How are you guys doing? Hey, Betsy. Hello, hello. Hey, Dodingen. Hey, Stim. Kroos, Jager, Lucas, White, Dashu, Mel, Hannah. What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, Krillso. All right, let me run the intro while I'm eating my lunch. Hi. I like how counterproductive the intro is when it's. I talked about this to Johnny, where it's like this super epic intro, and then it switches to my camera, and I'm just like. Anyway, hi guys, what's up? I can't listen to this music right now. I need. This is what I'm listening to. Yeah, this is the one. I'm back home. Look at that. I'm finally home again. Really happy about that. Even though, I mean, obviously I had a great time at the race hall first. I really did. But glad to be back home again. Even though, if only it wouldn't be so cold here. I looked at the weather. Tomorrow it's going to be maximum 6 degrees. And apparently it's going to snow. Possibly. It might be some half snow, half rain. How messed up is that? I don't like it. I'm not ready for this. Hey, Chris, what's up? I was so happy when I got back in my own bed. Yeah, me too. Oh, God. Oh, it was so nice yesterday. Oh, it was so nice. You live in northern Greenland? Yeah, apparently. Winnie, thank you so much for the 3 years. That is so nice of you. Thank you so, so much. Welcome back. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Just learning my next week exam, but here is cold too. Ugh. Well, good luck with your studying, Betsy. Hey, Chris Snyder. Thank you so much for Prime. What's up? What's up? Thank you so much. Hey, Domino. Yeah, I do like my office. Very cute. I definitely have to figure out the radiators. I don't know how to put the radiators on, but I'm gonna have to figure out. And maybe I need like a blanket here or something. I don't know. I saw Mix proc the 12-hour sleep. Yeah, I saw as well. Unfortunately, I did not proc at 12-hour sleep myself. I only procced like a 7-hour sleep or so today, but it was still just very nice. Also, fuck, there's multiple things that happened today. So first of all, I'm gonna have to unfortunately tell you that I can only stream until 5 p.m. I'm sorry. We're gonna have a short stream today. I wanted to start much earlier. Like I wanted to start my stream much earlier. But some things happened. And I still haven't gotten everything done. It sucks. First of all, I wanted to go to the gym while also like taking away all of the trash. So I went to the recycling area, which is right next to the gym. Don't ask. And then I wanted to go into the gym, but turns out my subscription ran out and I have to pay for it again. But the office only opened at 9 a.m. and I was there earlier. I was there at 8. So I couldn't go to the gym. So I was like, fuck it. Okay. I go back home. I get ready and everything. And then I wanted to go grocery shopping. But I figured that's too stressful because it took me like I was ready at like 9 a.m. or something. And I had a meeting at 10. So I was like, okay, let me just get my lunch ready and everything for here. And then maybe, because there's some stuff to do at my PC anyway, right? Because yesterday I set up all of my stuff again that I brought with me to the rehearsal first. And I was thinking there's a slight chance that things might not be working out that well. So I came here, thankfully. My camera didn't work. And my third screen didn't work. So I had to fix the camera, which was a cable issue, by the way. Because I used a USB-A to USB-C cable, and turns out the camera doesn't like that. So I used a USB-A to USB-A, and that fixed that. And then my screen just turned black randomly. Turns out, at some point I thought it had fixed itself because it didn't break anymore. But then it started breaking again. So I was like, fuck. But then I switched out the DP cable. And I think it's fixed now. I hope. So, and then, oh my god, for a second I thought it would be my graphics card that is broken. But thankfully, I hope it's the cable. Because I do not want to have to deal with a broken graphics card. But yeah, let's just hope that it's fixed now. So anyway, then I had my meeting, and then the meeting ran a lot longer than I intended it to go. Like, I thought it would only be like an hour, but then it lasted like almost 3 hours. And then I had to figure out an email address thing. I have a new business email, by the way. I'm not with GG Talent anymore. I have my own personal exclusive business manager. Very cool, huh? Not with an agency anymore. I'm just doing it myself now with this other person. Is his name Kuros? I cannot reveal the name of the person. It's a secret. Yeah, while I was at the rehearsal first, I had a bunch of really cool talks with Mike. And Mike inspired me to try and get my own kind of like team together. And I started with getting a business manager, and we'll see how that works. But yeah, more details on that later, whenever I can reveal whatever is happening. But anyway, so I tried to set that all up. Hey, Kana, what's up? Thank you so much for 105 months. Holy shit. Thank you, Kana. How was the rehearsal first? Are you back home? How are you doing? How's everything? Yeah, so I tried to set up like a billion things today. I tried to figure out the whole email thing, which was more complicated than I thought. It's still not fully set up, but most of it is set up. So that's good. Then I had to change the business email to be included in all of my socials and whatever. Then I fixed some stuff in my like description. I'm trying to redo or to clean up all of my socials. So basically like cleaning up the appearance of everything, you know, like the logos and the background images and the description panels, and like trying to clean all of that up, and the emotes on stream and the alerts. Like it's like this whole project where I'm trying to clean everything up and make it like look nice, which is a big task, I guess. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Theo, Sim. Thank you so much. It is so nice of you. And good morning, Theo. What's up? Oh, no. Thank you so much, Sim. That is so nice of you. That is so nice. Thank you so much. And welcome back, Theo. You're taking advice from Preach. You do know he cooks eggs in the microwave. Yeah, I don't know why I'm taking advice from this guy actually now. Did you say it? Good point. And then I'm also trying to figure out some things. Because apparently, I would want to join an FF14 raid that we might be doing with some cool people. The problem is I can really only commit 2 days to it. I can't really commit more than 2 days per week, and that might not be good enough. So maybe they have to replace me, which would suck. But I just can't do 3 days per week. If I also want to do IRL streams and I also want to do WoW. Like that's the problem that I have because I'm streaming 5 days a week. At least one of the days is an IRL stream. Then I have 4 days left. If I do 3 days of FF14, then I only do 1 day of WoW per week, which would be like, I can't do that. So I can do like maximum 2 days of FF14, I guess. Maybe we can figure it out or maybe not. But that'd be really cool. It would be super cool if I could do the FF14 thing. I'd be kind of down because I haven't played FF14 in so long and it's fun to play with friends and with cool people. So if it works out, it works out. Otherwise, do something else. And then next week, I'm going to do an IRL stream. And I think I'm going to go and do archery. Like this is archery thing, like where you go through the woods and you like shoot at like fake animals. It's like a course. I just don't know if it's going to be too cold. If it's not too cold, I'll do that. And then I'm going to be live streaming it, which would be a lot of fun, I think. Maybe it's a bit warmer next week, though. Also, I don't know when they close that. I'm actually going to check now. They probably have their opening hours somewhere on their Instagram. Oh, no, I think they're still open. Yeah. Okay. I can do that next week then. Yeah, archery is very fun. I just have to find a day where it's good weather. Maybe I could do it on Monday already. Monday seems to be good weather. But I can do that more spontaneously. I don't have to like set a date already. So that's cool. No, they don't. They're definitely closed in the winter. Hey, Johnny, by the way, I have to train all the Tyrol children how to survive the winter by hunting you. Good point. This is Black Rock Raid is getting reworked with higher tiers of difficulties and gear. Really don't know what point or question I was trying to ask. There, never mind. I apologize. Well, I'm glad I read it. Moonkin nerfs and PTR? Oh no, buffs. Yeah, I saw some of the buffs. I did see that there are some changes coming through. Okay, wait. Um, Okay. I'm so confused. Sorry. God damn it. Hey, Mithrax, what's up? I stood so perfectly still that I thought my over $1. Yeah, don't worry, guys. Wait whenever I'm actually going to do my Pilates sessions, which is my latest thing that I want to try. That I'm going to be standing so straight. You don't understand. My posture is going to be immaculate. So, the plan is for today's stream that I'm going to do Wordle and Wordle adjacent games while eating the rest of my lunch here. And then we're going to do a little bit of Unplus before I have to leave. Sounds good? Perfect. Pilates, best of luck with that. There's a course, like a Pilates course, but apparently, like, it's currently fully booked. But I'm gonna message her to see if there's like any open slots at some point, because I do kind of want to try it. The song is nice, right? Yeah, I'm a big fan of the song. It's very cute. Apparently, I have to update the game. God, it's so cold. I have to start walking. Also, by the way, I missed my walking pad so much. Well, actually, I need to finish eating first before I start walking. I can't do all of the things simultaneously. Or can I? Initializing, please wait. I feel like a lot of people don't know that we don't have to wait for Hall of Fame to pack Mythic anymore. Oh, yeah, I guess a lot of people don't know that. But maybe there's also just not that many people that want to pack Mythic at the start, because, well, to be fair, the first 4 bosses are really easy. It looks like you're eating what the Teletubbies ate. I mean, probably is what the Teletubbies ate. It's yogurt. And it's delicious. Maybe I should be packing the first 4 bosses, honestly. Oh, it's reset. We also have to open our vaults. And I have to move this somewhere else. This is kind of in the way, honestly. It's in the way everywhere, though. Where did I put this? Oh, God. I think I do put it here. I know, this is what it is. Okay, time for our Wordles. Let's come down. Hi, Carl, what's up? My likes are still stored from Germany. Oh, you back home? How was your trip overall? Did you meet up with Lovely? Did you have a great time? I mean, you have to say yes now, right? But Oh, by the way, you know my basement? There was something wrong with the basement like a month or so ago. It started smelling like, it was like all moist, which is never good, right? You could, like, it was just like moist. I was like, fuck. And it's like everywhere, like the whole basement, not just my basement, like everyone's basement. It was just moist. And I was like, fuck, that's bad. But I don't know what to do. Like, I can't, like, put all of the stuff out of the basement somewhere else, right? So it's like, I just hope it's fine. And today, I tried to put the thicker duvet. And it's fucking moldy. Fuck. Which really sucks because those duvets are very expensive. So I'm gonna put it into the, like to the cleaning people and hope they can fix it, but is it the nice duvet? No, it's the thicker one. I think you had the smaller one. Throw it? I don't want to throw it. It's very expensive. I hope the rest, because I also have pillows in the basement. I'm gonna have to check if those are also fucked up. Probably. I'm very upset. Hey, Skizman, what's up? Hey, Deactiverse, what's up? What is this word? This word's too hard. I can't do it. Anyone? Huh. Ocean. Okay. Hey, Jack. Thank you so much for 44 months. What's up? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so the O has to literally be here. Why can you not... Okay, so there's O-N. A is either at the start or here. Okay, I have to start walking because I'm so cold. Like, I actually need to warm up. Jesus Christ, it's cold. Oh my god, I haven't used this walking pad in so long. Can I still walk and stream at the same time? I don't know. I'm gonna do a 3 miles per hour walk because I actually need to warm up. Okay. Bacon. Oh no, there's no C. It could be wagon. It is wagon. Nice. Oh my god, that was a difficult one actually. All right, next. Let's do some math. 3 times 7 plus 4 is 25. Okay, so we are looking for an equation. We don't know which one. So now we know that the black things are not in the equation. The pink ones are in the equation, but on a different spot. So that means it's either a 1-digit number or a 3-digit number. Let's go with that 1. Let's do minus divided. What's 6 times 8? That number's not high enough. 8 times 8. But then there's too many 8s. What's 8 times 9? Okay, that's 2, which is not part. Okay. Then let's do 9 times 4, 36. Let's remove the 7 here. Let's do 64. Minus 7 times 6. That's 2. It doesn't work. 7 and 8 is 56. It's 8. Whatever, let's try that. 7. Oh no, why? I'm doing times again. I'm an idiot. It's divided. Okay, wait. Then this doesn't work. Then this number is way too big. 8 divided by 4 is 2. Okay, that's too small. This number might have to be smaller. Let's just do 7 divided by 1. 7. That also sucks. Whatever, let's do it anyway. See what happens. Okay. So it's just a 3-digit number minus a 2-digit number. No. Yes. Yes. No, that can't be. Wait a second. Wait, well, where's the minus then? It's 1 minus? That can't be. It's a 3-digit number minus a 2-digit number. And then I'm supposed to get a 1-digit number out of it? I mean, it is possible, but with those numbers? Nah, I can't do that with those numbers, right? You have 4 and a 7 somewhere. 7 could be here. No, that doesn't work, right? I'm so confused. But I'm missing 1. There needs to be a 1 somewhere. I don't think... Huh? Yeah, the problem is, like, there's a second 1 somewhere. Oh! No. No, never mind. I'm confused. It could be 101, but then I'm missing a 4. Oh! No. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, that's it. Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Okay, nice. 7 at the end is not correct. It is correct. Wait, oh, you're right. I already... Oh, I'm an idiot. I just see that 7 can't be here. Yeah. Oh, man. So I knew it would have been 97, sure. Oh, if only I would have looked at this. Okay, next time we're not going to make that same mistake again. But now we have to do our connection wordle, first of all. Supermarket, pharmacy, bakery, bookshop. Shops. That was simple enough. August, July, April, June? What is this? Why is this so easy? I'm so confused. Wolf, fox, tiger, mouse? Why is it so easy? I'm so confused. That was the easiest connection word I've ever seen. It's almost a troll at this point. Fuck, that was so easy. Wow. Yeah, I've never seen a connection world that easy before. Okay, so we're looking for a country. Let us see which one. Oh, wow. Okay. Germany's 16,260 kilometers away from the country we're looking for, which is 10,105 miles. That has to be like on the opposite sides of the world, which means it is Fiji or something. It's New Zealand or Fiji? It's not Fiji. 705 kilometers. So it's an island group here. There must be another island here. Like, that is... New Zealand is... It can't be New Zealand because New Zealand is certainly more than 705 kilometers away from Fiji, right? Samoa or Tonga, yes. I guess it's Tonga. Yes, it's Tonga. Good job. Good job, Valeria. Yeah, as soon as you said Samoa and Tonga, I remember that they're there. But I would have never come up with that one. It was Tonga. Nice. Good job, good job, good job. Man, my chat's so smart. I must have the smartest chat on Twitch, yeah? There's no shot. There's other people that are smarter. All right. So now we're looking for a capital city. And the city is 7,720 kilometers from Berlin, or 4,800 miles, which is also really far away, but not that far away. That could be Kathmandu. Okay, it is cooler, which means that it's probably a city over here somewhere. Let's try Georgetown. Ooh, okay. It's 720 kilometers from Georgetown, which means it is... Let's try Kingstown. 180 kilometers from Kingstown. Why is it all... Like, I think this game is actually bugged. Every single time I play this game, the capital city that we're looking for is always like one of these island cities. Every time. I think it's actually bugged. So 180 kilometers. It's not Havana. That's too far. 180, that must be... Like either it's some other of these islands here, or it's Venezuela's capital, because that one is at the border as well, which is... oh my god, what is it again? Venezuela's capital is... Don't tell me, don't tell me. Fuck, I forgot. Caracas, god damn it. Okay, it's not Caracas. Okay, whatever. It's some country, like some capital over here. I'm not gonna do this game where I Google everything again. Fuck it. We're gonna skip this. It is just like some capital over here. Sorry, but not doing that. Okay, today I'd like to go from Morocco to Denmark. From Morocco to Denmark. Okay, so that means we have to go Algeria. Then Libya, Egypt, Israel, Syria. We're not going through Russia, right? Maybe, actually. Wait, I have a maybe dumb question. Does Russia border Sweden? That's it, right? It only borders Finland? Okay, borders Finland. Okay. So let me count. Turkey. So I would have to go Georgia, Russia, Finland. Wait, that has to be faster. Oh, and Sweden, obviously. It's 4 countries, and otherwise I would have to go. Otherwise, I have to go Bulgaria. Bulgaria, Romania. Ukraine. Yeah, I think I go over Russia, actually. Let me give this a try. Turkey, Georgia, Russia, Finland, Sweden. Nice! Okay. Nice, we did it. So what was the other fastest way through Europe? It would have been Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, Poland, Germany. Bulgaria, Romania. Or I could have also done Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Austria, Germany. I guess. But it's always one extra country instead of going through the top. No, why France? No, you can't go through Spain because it's not connected. You can't go from Morocco to Spain. It's the problem. You can't just cross the waters wherever you want. No, you can't go over water. You can if there's no other way, like if it's an island. Water walk. Spain and Morocco have a border. Spain and Morocco border? No, they don't. No. Morocco and Spain are not connected by land. Fandy, thank you so much for raid. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very, very much. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a nice stream. Make sure everyone gives Fanny a follow if you're not already following her. She's the best. Thank you so much. In case you're wondering, I'm walking. I'm not like jumping around or anything. I have a standing desk and a walking pad, and I'm walking. Yes, it's weird. But it's cold here, and I need to warm up. Because apparently it's already winter here where I live. They do 3 cities. No. We're currently playing a game, in case you're wondering. We're currently playing daily games where, Wordle and Nerdle, Connection Wordle, stuff like that. And this game here is called Travel. And you have to go from one country to another country by crossing the least amount of countries. And we had to go from Morocco to Denmark. And a lot of people in my chat said, why don't you just go to Spain? But people don't understand that the mainland Spain is not connected to Morocco. Some people are confused here. Like when you say that they are connected, you're basically saying that there's an area in Morocco that belongs to Spain, but that doesn't matter. It's the land that has to be connected, right? They're not connected. Morocco and Spain are not, like the mainland Spain is not connected to Morocco through like you can go there, it's very close. But they're not actually, you cannot like walk there. You do have to take a ship or a boat or swim, I guess, if you wanna. I mean, Sweden and Denmark are connected though through a bridge, right? You can literally take a train from Sweden to Denmark. You cannot take a train from Morocco to Spain. No, guys, understand that there's land in Morocco that belongs to Spain, but that's not the same thing. Because it's not about who has land where, it's about the mainland of Spain. Like, it's the same as if, like, obviously, Tenerife, for example, belongs to Spain, right? But if I want to go from Tenerife to the mainland Spain, I can't walk there. Like, it's not connected by land. Like, in this game, things have to be connected by land. You have to be able to walk from the country to the other, right? And I can't walk from Morocco to Spain, to the mainland of Spain. Canada borders Ireland because there's sovereign Canadian land in Ireland. Yeah. Just walk on water, yeah. You can't teleport somewhere just because they own the land. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. But anyway. So, let's move on. I'm going to play Loldo. I have this feel, okay. There's like a bunch of games, I think, that like every gamer has played at some point. And I think those 3 major games, and I mean like online games, like it has to be World of Warcraft, League of Legends, and Counter-Strike, right? Like I think those 3 online games, every gamer has at least played once, right? I don't know. Right? So I feel like every time I play Loldo, because I don't play League of Legends currently, right? But I played League at some point, and I feel like every time I play this game, my chat can really like join in because everyone has played League at some point. No RuneScape? I think RuneScape, I definitely know a lot of people that have played RuneScape, but I think it's a very English thing. I feel like every English person that I meet has played RuneScape. But every like European person that is in English have not played RuneScape before. I feel like it's a very English thing. Right? I don't know. I don't like the stereotype. Well, every person that I know that played RuneScape at some point is English. So I don't know. Sweets go nuts over too? Maybe. Maybe. You haven't? Okay. Oh. Many people that play games don't play WoW. I'm saying played at some point. I'm not saying that they currently play. I feel like so many people have played WoW at some point. Anyway, let's do our Loldo. Wait, Fendi said something earlier and I completely ignored her. She rates me and I thank her by ignoring her messages. Have a good stream and stay warm. Thank you so much, Fendi. Have a nice rest of your day and thank you so much for the host again. Thank you. That's true. Everyone tried Sims at one point. But Sims is not an online game, I guess. I was mainly talking about online games. Okay, so we're looking for a male champion with mana that is melee, and that could be a human or a spiritualist, probably a human. And it's kind of an early champ. Let's try. It could be any kind of top laner, right? Let's try Darius. Alright, so it's not a pure human. It's human plus something else. And it's top and something else. So top jungle or top middle or something. And it's an early champ. Earlier than Darius. I love Sims as well. I've played it so much. You think Wukong? We can try Wukong. Okay, it's not jungle top. It's top and something else. Also, Wukong is Vastayan, I guess. Okay, this is interesting. So it's not jungle top. It's top mid, maybe? Could it be Udyr? No, I don't think it could be Udyr. I think it might be top mid. Or it could be top support. That's kind of strange, though. Thanks for 7 months, Timo. Thank you, thank you. Can't be Nasus. Nasus is a god warrior. And Annie's not male. Braum is too old. Yone is too old. Too new. Heimerdinger is not melee. Ari is also not male and not melee. And Ari is also Vastayan, which is not true. Isn't Olaf top mid? Top jungle? Pantheon. Ooh, the Pantheon is a good one, I think. Yes! Ooh, that was so good, Jager. Well done. That was sick. Okay, let's play our Wowdle. Okay, so it's not Jaina. It's not Deathwing. We're looking for a male character that does not have a class. So let's go with Samdi. Okay, so it's not Vanilla, not Cataclysm, not BFA. History. And it can't be Anduin, he's human. Magni, I think, has a class. Or is Magni actually class nil? Also, Magni's not even part of this. The class is nil. There's no class. Bran is a hunter. And Arthas is human. Huh. Oh, we should just try an MOP character. Like some sort of like panda guy. Which panda guy are we looking for? Can anyone tell me a panda? Like, literally, show. Lore worker show. Okay. So it's MOP. It's not a Pandaren though. So we're looking for a character from MOP that is male, does not have a class, and it's in the zone, in the Pandaria zone. But it's not a panda. It could be like Shah. No, there's no Shahs. Who's Emperor Shao Hao? Rathion? No, it's not a dragon. Who's Rathion again? Wait, who's Rathion? Is that a dragon? Oh no, wait, Rathion? Yeah, that's a dragon. It's not a dragon. It's not a dragon. And we're looking for a character that is MOP only. Only MOP, no other expansion. Glacian is not part of the game. Xuen. It could be Xuen. Or is Xuen like... Does Xuen have a... It's Xuen! There we go! Nice! Good job, vegan. Nice. Huge! Alright. Okay, now we're playing one more travel. Just to... Wait, did I do the weekly challenge? Oh, I did, I think. Just so you understand how this game works, because we had some miscommunication earlier. Okay, again, so this is just like geography game. We have to go from one country to another country. The countries have to be connected by land. And it's not the fastest way, geographically. It's crossing the least amount of countries in total. So crossing bigger countries is faster for this game in particular, rather than going through a bunch of smaller countries, even if the path is shorter. All right. So we have to go from Ethiopia to East Timor. In case you don't know what East Timor is, it's a really small country in like Indonesia. And Ethiopia is in Africa, right? So we have to go from Africa to Indonesia, which, okay, wait. So Ethiopia is bordering Sudan. Then we have to go through Egypt. Then we have to go to Israel, Syria, then Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, China, Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and then Indonesia. There we go. Okay, so like here, for example, instead of going through, because if you would take the fastest way, you would obviously like not do this. Like you would go through like the bottom here, right? But because China is bigger and, right, like there's just less countries you have to go through if you do it this way. She used to play Geogaster? No. Nah, I'd be really bad at Geogaster. Hey, Cheyenne, what's up? So about Australia, you've been there? Really? You've been to East Timor? I'm actually Googling it now. Is it like a vacation place? Like a nice vacation place? Wait, it does kind of look nice. It looks, honestly, this picture here. This picture here looks like it's in the Alps. Like, honestly, it looks like it would be right here where I live. Because I live in the mountains, right? And it kind of looks like as if somebody took this picture here. Which is crazy because, oh my God, look, they have actually pretty cool mountains. Nice. Huh. Hey, Savani, what's up? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, it's time to open the vault, guys. Wish me luck. I can't really get Spy Master because, I mean I can, but then it would be the heroic version. So I can't really make use of it. Because I don't want to use the heroic version of that trinket. Happy birthday, thank you. Happy birthday to you guys as well. I hope you have some nice items in there, some good upgrades. Have you simmed it? Simmed the heroic version of it? I mean, I know that the heroic version is worse than the mythic version. I don't have to sim it, right? It's gonna be a trinket for Arakara. I hope so. versus the other mythic trinkets? Oh, no, I didn't, but I'd be incredibly surprised if a hero track trinket is better than a myth track trinket. That would be very unlikely. It's possible, but unlikely. Shit. Guys, this doesn't look very good. What is this trinket? It's probably bad. Huh. I stated because it was better than my 10 animal hair things. Yeah, like, it is definitely possible that the hero trinket of it would be better than any of the myth trinkets that I have currently. But I still don't want to take an item out of the vault that is not going to be best in slot for a long time. You know what I mean? Like, even if the hero version of that trinket would be better than any of the trinkets I have right now, I still wouldn't want to take it because I'm not progression rating, so I don't need my character to be super strong currently. I'm gearing for like best in slot eventually throughout the season for M+ mainly. So even if I take something that's a little bit worse right now, it would still be better than taking like upgrades that I will be replacing anyway. Man, I don't know about this trinket. What does this trinket do? It seems interesting. It has master in it, and it has main stat proc every 2 minutes. But then the problem is the main stat proc happens later, which is always a bit scuffed. So it does damage over 6 seconds, and then you get the intellect afterwards. So that is a bit, Also, it's for each enemy struck, so it's not that good for single target, I guess. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, I don't want to be using any kind of trinkets that I have to pre-use, and then it's kind of shitty on single target as well. Because it increases for each enemy struck. I mean, I know I can catalyze his shoulders, but... So, what do the boots catalyze to? What stats? Can you look that up somewhere? What kind of items something catalyzes into? The currency can be exchanged for trinket gem slots on your gear, which is actually really valuable. It tastes mastery. Maybe I could take the boots then, actually. Because it is pretty easy. Because, okay, so I'm thinking. Catalyzing tier items is probably less valuable than catalyzing non-tier items, just because tier is more available. Like, there's a much higher availability to myth tier. Like, if I'm joining a farm raid at some point, then the myth, like the tier, no one's gonna need it anymore. Like, people fill up their tier slots so quickly with myth tier that if I eventually join a farm raid with my guilds, I can get myth tier pretty fast, I think, because no one's gonna need it. But then getting offset items is gonna be much more difficult, I think. So I think going with boots would make more sense. And the stats are the same. So I'm actually gonna take the boots. But let me check something first. I mean, I'm not going to take the trinket, right? I don't know. Maybe I should just take... It's bad. It's not that bad. For plus, it's certainly pretty, like, good, right? I know. I mean, I can see my character, but that's not going to tell me anything. Is that going to give me very valuable information? Because the trinket is for sure better than the boots. For an upgrade right now, there's no shot that the trinket isn't better, right? But that's not really relevant. The thing that you have to compare is the trinket versus other trinkets, and the boots versus other boots, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I might have to, I don't know. Let's just compare some trinkets. Let's see how much worse this trinket is compared to the other trinkets. Why can't we get 2 loots from the vault? Agreed. Hey, Staffing, what's up? Just take the boots. Whoa, gamer. What is this? Like, rational, quick decision. Or this impulsive decision, rather, not rational. It's funny because usually I'm very impulsive. But I'm holding myself back, okay? Okay, let's do the simming. Fine. So, item level. Let's just do 623. Then... what else are we simming? At this point, we have like a bunch of stuff. Oh, yeah. So... let's sim this for now. In the end, boots can be crafted, trinket cannot. No, but boots cannot be crafted on this item level. This is a myth item. Myth items cannot be crafted. They're lower item level, right? Hey, Parvati, I know, right? Finally back to my walking path. Yeah, if you want to see how far I'm walking, you can see it right here. It's being calculated as I go. Man, even on AoE it seems worse. Is it using it correctly though? Is the question. I mean, I assume it's using it correctly. If you had to give any advice from someone that works from home and wants to also get a treadmill, what would you give them? You mean in terms of like the setup itself? Or different? Because if you're looking for advice in setup, then I mean, there's some considerations I can give you that it's not necessarily advice, but just like things that maybe I didn't think about that maybe would change or affect your decision. Okay, so number one, the walking pad itself. It depends. Like, there's very many cheap walking pads that, in my opinion, are all going to be working just fine. I just got a random one. I've never had another walking pad before. This is the first one I have, so obviously my opinion is going to be very, like, limited. I don't have, like, many comparisons. One thing I noticed with this walking pad that maybe other walking pads don't have is, or the issues that they maybe don't have is, so I cannot track my steps with this walking pad because the walking pad itself does not have like an app or anything. It only has a display. The display shows the speed and the kilometers that I've been walking, the time, but it doesn't show steps. It doesn't count the steps. And the watch that I have, the Garmin watch, does not track my steps because I'm not... depending on which watch you have, they work differently on how they track steps. Some of them are like movement in relation to like GPS, which obviously wouldn't work here because obviously the GPS location is always the same. Another thing is that I'm not moving my arms, right? Because my arm is on the desk, which makes the watch believe I'm not actually walking. But there's different watches that do different things, right? Like some watches might be tracking the steps anyway when you walk on this and maybe others don't. So what I could recommend, if you want to track your steps, if you care about that, I would see if the watch that you have can track your walking in place. Like maybe go to the gym and go on a treadmill and walk. See if you're, and then like have your hands be still, right? Like obviously don't move along with your arms, and then see if you're still tracking the steps or not. And no, people constantly say put your phone on your ankle. That doesn't work either. Not to mention the fact that that would be incredibly uncomfortable. You need a different strap for it. And it wouldn't be able to track your pulse and stuff properly either, right? But it doesn't work. I've tried it. It literally doesn't work. But anyway, I'm just telling you, like, if there's something that you care about, you need to figure out a way on how to track your steps through your watch. Or you need to find out like a walking pad that has an app that tracks it through the app, and then maybe you can connect your app to whatever other app you use that tracks your physical activity or your like walking. So again, just saying this is an issue I have. If you don't care or if you do care, just keep that in mind. As I said, I put the watch on my ankle before. It doesn't work. Guys, no matter how many times you recommend it, it didn't work. But yeah, so anyway, that's like one thing that bothers me a little. It's like kind of whatever, but yeah. Then I guess the other question is if your walking pads, if you care about your walking pad maybe having some incline, because sometimes I was thinking, oh, it actually would be nice, because I don't want to be running, obviously, in front of my PC. Because then, obviously, I'll just take a proper treadmill or go to the gym or whatever, right? Like, I definitely want to walk and not run. So the functionality of running, the fact that I can't, is whatever, right? But sometimes I was thinking it would be nice to have an incline, maybe. Because technically, you could walk on an incline and still, work. Obviously, it would be more exhausting to walk on an incline, but you can just walk very slowly. And I feel like that would be nice to kind of train hiking, which I thought would be very interesting. But I didn't think about this before I got my walking pads. And then in hindsight, I was like, fuck, maybe I should have gotten one with an incline. But I don't even know if they exist, or I don't even know how, maybe they're a lot more expensive. I don't know. So yeah, that's just something that maybe you haven't considered that you can look into. Then initially when I wanted to get a walking pad, I was thinking that it's going to be like unstable and that it needs some sort of like halter, like a railing or something, because there's some walking pads that have like a railing or like something to hold on to. And you don't need that at all. Like the whole balancing thing is not an issue. Like really it's not. I got a walking pad that has like orange stripes on the left and on the right because I was thinking when I'm walking, then maybe I can see in my peripheral vision where the stripes are so I can orient myself and I don't get like, so I don't like swerve off or whatever. But even that is not needed. So if you, like this to-do walking pad that I have, you can get it in like full black or you can get it with the orange stripes. And these orange stripes, they're really not needed. Like I got them, you don't have to. Thank you so much for the 44 months, Ironic, and thank you so much for the 10 staff gifts. Hello, how you doing, Ironic? Thank you so much, you're the best. Welcome to Wargas, Matt, Sat Zero, Babyville, Cinnamon, Mr. Flibble, Mighty Rob, Mornex, Rooney, and Lily. Thank you so much, Ironic. That is so nice of you. How have you been? Thank you. And Naguura RL WWW. Okay, so that's like the things regarding the walking pad, right? Obviously, something that you also have to consider is your height. If you're really tall, or even if you're not like super tall, but if you have really long legs and you take like really big strides, then you might have to consider like getting a longer walking pad. But that would just be like if you're extra tall or have extra long legs or something. Otherwise, the length of it is totally fine. And then I guess your weight as well, because some walking pads have like a maximum weight, and some are like smaller, some are bigger, so that's something you maybe have to consider. And the height of the walking pad from the floor, because you need, if you want to be working on a PC, then you obviously need a desk that can be elevated. And the problem is that most desks assume that you're standing and not standing on some other thing that elevates you even further, right? So if you want to use a walking pad while on a desk and you're already tall, then you have to consider the height that it adds when you stand on a walking pad, right? So if you're like, I don't know, 190 or 2 meters tall, and then you have to add like that extra, I don't know, like 15 centimeters or something from the floor, then you might be too tall for the desk. You can always, like if you're that tall of a person, you can always put something underneath the base, because then presumably when you're sitting, your desk is also going to be a little bit higher, so you're probably going to be fine. Just consider that if you put something underneath the desk, then obviously you can't lower it to the lowest setting because you're always going to have these locks or whatever it is underneath. But if you're really tall, then it's probably not going to be an issue anyway for you. And that's it. So for the adjustable desk, I personally got a adjustable base without the plate itself, like without the desk tabletop, because I already had a tabletop. So I bought like a cheap-ish adjustable base that I then attached to my tabletop that I already had, which is like the cheapest version, right? So if you already have a very sturdy tabletop that you're happy with, then just go with that and just buy the base itself. And the base that I have is from Destronic, and it's pretty cheap and very good. Like, I've seen so many different adjustable desks online, and they all seem incredibly expensive. And this desk that I have here, it's not that expensive. I mean, it's still a decent amount of money, right? But it's not like unreasonably pricey. And it's very sturdy. Like, I have 3 monitors with monitor arms on my table, with my PC, with a bunch of other equipment, and the the desk is holding out just fine when I'm standing on it. Obviously, I'm not sitting here like completely like moving the table around, but I have my arms on it, which makes it move whenever I'm walking, right? And it's totally fine. Like it's not really doing anything crazy. IKEA does have a cheap standing desk base. They even have like one that, like a mechanical one that you just adjust by yourself. Which, to be fair, I don't hate that. Like if you really want to buy something on a budget, then you can totally get that desk and it's gonna be fine. Thank you so much, Peace Through War. Thank you so much. So the treadmill I use is from To Do. Okay, so we're going with the boots, by the way, we have determined. Because the string, it seems to be kind of shitty. Siege. Should party with Gingy and his muscle bros and fitness? Man, I would love, because like if Gingy ever does some sort of like PT program, because he said he wants to like have a whole like kind of like a home fitness studio where he wants to stream. And we suggested to him maybe he should do like PT sessions where he invites like other streamers and he's gonna coach them and stuff. I'd be down for that. I'd be super down. Thanks for 2 months, Magic. What's up? Thank you so much. What do you do when you want to sit down? Well, it's an adjustable desk, right? So the desk can go down. And then you just put your chair. It's not rocket science. And it's a walking pad. Like it's not a huge treadmill, yeah? It's a walking pad. They're really small. And they have rolls on the front. I mean, I can show you. I should just pause instead of turning it off. This is what it looks like. Like, it's not that big. That's my light. Well, it's not light. Well, it is somewhat heavy. Like lifting it up, it's decently heavy. But you can move it around with the rolls in the front, right? Also, one thing that this walking pad does though, that like I don't know if I didn't like oil it enough or whatever, because I did oil it. Because it's just like it smells like it's burning up, honestly. I might be frying this walking pad soon. Which stats? You mean my in-game stats, or what do you mean, Tigra? Get from Temu? No, I mean, I think you just don't understand what a walking pad is, bro. Like, this is not a treadmill. It's not meant for running. It's literally meant for walking. All of the walking pads are this small. This is not like a cheap Wish treadmill. It's a walking pad. They are generally this small, which makes sense because they're not meant to be sprinting on them, right? You're just walking on them. So no, it's not some sort of like Temu Wish version or whatever. It's just a different type of treadmill. Yeah, walking pad versus treadmill, yeah. Okay, let's play some video games. A playing 10. So. I saw that they changed an affix recently. Like they buffed it a lot. Treadmills meant for running have shock absorbs and expensive things inside. Yeah, exactly. Like they have to be much larger and bigger, right? But I can honestly recommend walking pads for anyone that just wants to be like slightly more active without it being annoying. Because we all know that most people are not the biggest fans of cardio, right? But if you just want to be like slightly more active and you want to like, I don't know, just be a bit healthier, I guess, and you don't have the time to go for, depending on what your job is, some people just sit around on their job all day and they don't get a lot of like movement in. I can totally recommend walking pads there. Obviously the setup is a little bit more expensive because if you need an adjustable desk and a walking pad, it will be a pretty big investment. But you can get a walking pad even just to walk while you're watching TV. Honestly, like, that's also nice. Or if you have a laptop or whatever, then you can set up a little bit of a like walking pad plus small little table kind of combo. Obviously, you could always just go outside to walk, which has the benefit of having some vitamin D and fresh air on some of the walking. But we all want to watch our shows. Oh, really, Bummer? I actually showed you walking on your pet to my boss, and he laughed at first, and after a week, he ordered one? Really? That is so fucking cool, Bummer. I love that. That is so good. Yeah, I already have something planned with the walking pad. Like, no details that I can share yet. But there's like a really cool event that I technically have planned with the walking pad. I just need to find a company, like a walking pad company, that wants to sponsor it. Because I'd be super down to do an event with it. Because as soon as I get this walking pad, the amount of people that have asked for it and that want to like buy it and that are impressed by it is insane. Like so many people, right? So I was like, wait a second. This is like a niche that is, first of all, it's like a really cool thing because if people are playing video games and they're walking and they're healthy, then that's really cool, right? And I feel like this is something that maybe the walking pets sellers haven't really thought of yet. I don't know why. But I haven't seen any company that sells walking pad advertise it as like this combo, right? Or at least I haven't seen any like gamers advertise it. Maybe they mainly focus on like offices, which also is a good thing, right? But I do think that gaming and walking can be like a very big market for these kind of companies. So I'm going to be contacting some of them and see if anyone would be down to sponsor this event that I have planned, which would be including you guys. So gamer pads, yeah. Gamer walking pads. Yeah, the Serafina. Totally go for it. I can definitely recommend it. Now I'm listening to the low humming through the walls. He has done like 30 kilometers this week. I may need to follow. It would be funny if we could set the speed of the walking pad as chat. Yeah, that is something that I thought about as well. A lot of people have suggested that. Hey, Mesty, thank you so much. Do a cool app for a walking pad with an achievement and you get new products. So one of the things I was thinking of, because again, there's nothing set in stone yet, but I was thinking that there's a special event that I do. I can't tell you about the event because obviously that would ruin the whole surprise. But I had this idea that maybe to unlock the event, so for me to actually do the thing, we would have to unlock it together. So let's say I set a certain goal let's say we have to walk 30,000 kilometers, I'm just random number. And then you guys can like join in, you know? So like we're tracking our walks or our steps and we accumulate them all. And then there's like a bar that fills, you know, with our steps. And then at some point we're going to reach the goal together and then it unlocks like the event. And I feel like that would be really cool. First of all, it would be cool because, you know, it's healthy to reach a goal together. It's really fun. So like we would basically be walking together in a sense. And additionally, if there's actually a walking pet sponsor that would be down to sponsor the event, then obviously we could have the goal like somehow be like sponsored or whatnot. Like, I don't know. I think it would be a cool idea if we as a community could walk walk a certain distance or reach a certain goal by walking. Hey, Stammerin, thank you so much for 46 months. What's up? Thank you very much. How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. 11 mists. You said I should read. Which one? This one? Wait, we're not going to play 2 balance druids, right? That doesn't seem like a good idea. This week, affix the emissary needs to be killed, right? Yes. Yep. Can somebody explain to me why there's so many shaman healers and high keys when Preservation Evoker is so broken? Somebody needs to explain this to me. As if I was 5. That shaman is broken, but why? What is it that makes it broken? Yeah, they have a lot of CC, but doesn't Preservation Evoker also have a lot of CC? You know what? I think you're all wrong. I think it's because of Og Evoker. I think you might all just be wrong. I think the only reason is that they want to run Og, and then you don't want to run Press, because you don't want to run 2 Evokers, right? Or? Because, like, okay, don't get me wrong. Like, I agree with your things that you're stating, but none of those things would be so far and beyond better than Preservation Evoker. You know what I mean? Because if there's 2 healers and both of them are really good, then you would see them both a little. Maybe you see one a little bit more than the other, but it wouldn't be so one-sided, right? Because right now in High Keys, it's almost exclusively Res Shaman, right? So all of these points that you have been stating, they are good points, right? But none of them were so convincing to me that they would be like far and beyond better than Press, right? Because like utility and stuns and CC, like all of that an Evoker can do really well too, right? None of this was like super... Yeah, I mean, Shaman is just good, like I get that, but also is Preservation Evoker, right? They're also just good. So I feel like there has to be a bigger reason, and I think it's just Og Evoker, right? Because you don't want to run Og Evoker and Preservation Evoker. Very interesting, very interesting. Okay, so we're doing stone vault. Man, I feel like I'm gonna be one of these M+ gamers that only does stone vault all day. Stone vault is the dungeon with like the most AoE pools, and it's just fun. And I think I really just need to oil this walking pad again, because otherwise it's gonna burn up. The question is, can I do a +10 key while walking 3 miles per hour? We will find out in just a second. With one hand? Wait, why would I play with one hand? I don't get the joke. My mates? You mean this pack group? I'm not using my PC one-handed. Why would I? No, I'm not. Hand 1, hand 2. Ours is one nameplate time is active. Okay. I love this song so much. Apparently I'm a big Kirby fan. Really, Stefix? Oh no, Stefix. But earlier it did count a little bit of steps. Apparently I had reached my daily goal. My daily step goal is so low. Right now it's embarrassing. I've only done 4,000 steps apparently, according to my watch, and that is already my daily step goal. What's your daily step goal currently, guys? 10K? No shots. No, wait. Okay, wait, I have to ask this differently. I mean like your current daily step count that your app is setting. Or maybe is that only a Garmin thing? Like I'm not asking about your personal goal. I'm asking about what your like app is setting for you as a goal. But maybe that's just a Garmin thing, like a Garmin watch thing. Because what my watch does is, or what the Garmin app does, is that it will take the amount of steps that you're taking per day, and then it will like increase the goal a little bit if you have hit the goal. So let's say you're walking 2,000 steps a day. Then your app will increase the goal a little bit so you move more, you know, so you're like motivated to move a little bit more. So it will move the goal to 2,500 or something. And then if you reach that goal, then it will move it to 3,000 and so on. Oh, I'd reset the position of the cooldowns on the nameplates. Oh, actually, no, I didn't reset. I just didn't import it from Cologne. But I'm American, we don't use the metric system. Oh, wait, that was a joke, right? 10K metric. Yeah, 10K steps in metric is 7,259 steps in America, guys. American steps are bigger, yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Bigger steps so we can step to freedom faster. Hell yeah. Oh, my plus weaker is also like covering my thing. Oh god, my UI is a mess. Don't look at it. Close your eyes. Well, so far I can walk and top the damage meter, so we're doing great. Oh, but my coffee's cold now. Fuck, I forgot about my coffee. God, it's so cold. Ugh. Oof. Well, that hurts. Wait, how's the Shadow Priest doing so much damage now all of a sudden? What the hell? Also, wait a second. I have not complained about Mage yet this stream. They buffed Fire Mage! And now it's just fucking broken again everywhere. There's no shot they're getting away with this again, yeah? There's no fucking way they're getting away with this. I do not like it. They nerfed it last night, really? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Wait, is it a hotfix or was it a unreset? Was it an unreset? Like, is this the nerf version of it? Oh, this is their P version? Wait, they're lying. Wait, you mean the 20th anniversary patch? Well, that doesn't fucking count. You know how long that is? That's in like 2 months. If it makes you feel any better, Flame Strike is flame. I don't know if that's helping. It looks like no hands Moonkin gameplay. Moonkin is that easy. You can play it while walking and using just one hand. And at the same time, you talk about Fire Mage being broken. It's that easy. It's funny because it's true. Can we do... I have cooldowns. Can we do pull all? Pull all? Fuck. I don't think we're pulling all. Thank you so much for 4 months, Kenzie, by the way. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna blast. Are you ready? Okay, actually, I'm not gonna be blasting that much because it's only 3 mobs. And I can't do damage on 3 mobs. Okay, I'll blast a little bit. There's a little bit of blastage. Just kidding, I got the anti-BS by the Shadow Priest. Don't look, don't look. Oh shit. And where the fuck's my mouse? I found it, I found it. Thank you, Bumbles. I forgot you. You know what mages really need, though? Some utility. I feel like they're lacking a little bit in the utility department. Like, why invite a mage? Think about it. Like, why would you invite a mage for, like, what's the purpose? Like, what if you already have another mage in your group that has arcane intellect? Then that class buff's useless. And what if you already have another class that provides Bloodlust? Then Bloodlust is also useless. And what if you already have another class that does as much damage as a mage, so like another mage? Then the purpose of inviting another mage would be so low. Not to mention, what if you don't need survivability and mass barrier is just useless? Think about it. It's a struggle. I think this is not okay. Wait. All of my buffs were just stolen. I do not appreciate this. Thank you, sir. 38 months, Samasika. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Turns out that paddle exploded very fast. I'm gonna wait for the shard to explode. Oh! I walked out of that though, didn't I? Okay, to be fair, I wasn't looking, but I was looking as it was spawning. And I was strafing out of it. Guess my character is too slow. We can just ignore the shards. Wow, look at that. The mage got hit by the ability as well, but didn't die. Weird how that works. Strange. No, I'm not salty. You're salty. What a shit class. Yeah, I know, right? I just started playing mage, and we also have another mage and a hard agree. Yeah, it really is a struggle. Guys, I'm so excited because later today, the reason why I have to leave at 5 is because I'm going to look at my apartment. I'm so excited. Because they did a bunch of stuff, and there's like a bunch of new stuff in it. Like some of the furniture has been built into it. Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you. Shit, my headset's out of battery soon. Also, by the way, my headset just like randomly started working again. I have no idea why, but it did. Does it have a Christmas tree yet? It does not have a Christmas tree. But yeah, it is like, I'm really excited for Christmas. Even though Christmas, I mean, still a while, yeah. Like, yeah, it's not soon. There's a whole MDI in between that I'm casting. Guys, by the way, you know how this season there's TGP and MDI? And I'm wondering, like, do you guys, if you could choose between MDI first and TGP second, or TGP first and MDI second, what do you think would, like, what would you prefer in theory? Because I kind of think that maybe MDI second would be more fun. Well, yeah, like, because obviously whatever the second thing would be, like, I feel like people would be better at the dungeons at that point, because there's going to be a lot of teams that do both MDI and TGP. And of course, if you do MDI, you're going to be better at TGP, and if you do TGP, you're going to be better at MDI, right? Because you know the dungeons more. And I kind of have a feeling that MDI might be more interesting if we would have had TGP first. Because then TGP would give the team some practice in the dungeons, and then I think MDI gets very interesting whenever people have, like, better and faster and, like, crazier strategies, you know what I mean? So maybe MDI second would have kind of been better in hindsight, but I'm not really sure. No Havla Eng just popping in saying I really appreciate your casting during the racial diversity and preach for a perfect combination. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you enjoyed watching my cast. And yeah, I loved casting you preach. We had a very good time. I mean, I also had a good time with all the other casters, yeah. I think the Echo team, the caster team is really, really cool this time around. Also having Medic was very cool. He did such a good job. Oh shit. Did they nerf this boss? Like, the exhaust vents are not happening a lot anymore, right? Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I think we have to single target a little bit, maybe. The Elite isn't dying. Help! Nice. Wait, what are we talking about right now? I have a Zoe mouse from BenQ. It's very nice. I'm a big fan, but it's not a MMO mouse, right? Like, technically speaking, it would be better to use an MMO mouse. Oh shit. Wait, sorry. What is the discussion that you're currently having about the condo thing? Somebody give me a TLDR. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay. Fine. Fine. I didn't want to know anyway. Ah. Oh, the distinction between an apartment and a condo? Yeah, I never really understood that either. It's interesting because the word apartment is being used in all languages that I know. Like, it's English, German, and Italian. Everyone says the same. But condo is something that I've only heard in... Well, actually, no. Wait a second. Condo is just an abbreviation of condominium, right? That's why. So, condominium... Okay, I can explain this to you, actually, because we say the same thing in German. Yeah, so if you live in an apartment building, and the apartments all are being handled by one like administration together, then you call it a condominium, which that's what it's referring to then, right? Because I live in a condo or in a condominium. I think that's just what it means, right? Because if you live in an apartment building and you kind of like don't have some sort of like shared administration or whatnot, then I guess it's not considered a condominium, at least here where I live. Is that what we're talking about? It's not? So condo is not the abbreviation of condominium? Yeah, but are you sure that this is what the distinction is and the person didn't just like, that's what they think it is? I think it is the abbreviation. Yeah, okay, so... But then the person that explained it, because a condominium is what I said it is, right? But, so that means you can rent an apartment in a condominium, you can. And you can also buy it. So that's not the distinction. Because I currently rent an apartment that is part of a condominium. And I'm buying an apartment currently as well that is also part of a condominium. So I guess both of it would be considered a condo. But maybe it's... Sometimes people just call something without the actual definition mattering, you know? I guess. So I guess whenever Americans say it's a condo, then they mean rented or not rented, or like bought, not bought, without the actual definition of condominium making or being relevant, I guess. Oh, now I'm interested in this definition. Because it's also possible that we do it wrong here where I live. Oh, this is interesting. I can't read this whole Google copy pasta though, because I have to look at my screen. Hey, Calandra, thank you so much for the 4 years. Thank you so much. What's up? How you doing? Thank you. What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, Tom. Yeah, that's interesting. So then we are using the word differently. So what you're saying is that if someone owns the whole building, it's called a condominium, right? But here where I live, that is not true. It is called a condominium if one like company does the like if one company manages the whole building, but they don't own the buildings. But then it's still called a condominium. Here where I live, like, we might be using the word wrong, is what I'm saying. Because we have people that are called condominiums management. Like, there's literally companies that their job is to manage apartment buildings. So what you do here is like, let's say you own an apartment in an apartment building. Then you meet with all of the other owners and you say, hey guys, we don't want to handle the management ourselves. We're just going to hire a company to manage it for us. And that's, like, the management would then be called like the condominium management or whatever. And it would still be called a condominium even though it is not owned by the company. They just do the management, right? But yeah, maybe we used the word wrong then. Or maybe there's a different definition where I live. I don't know. Oh shit. So the fact on who owns the apartments is not relevant in like here where I live at least, for it to be called a condominium. It's literally just if the management is being done by one company or one individual, then it is called that. No matter who owns the apartments. Stay for a while. Oh God. Thank you. Dude, I didn't know you can have aggro from the void. But I guess that makes sense. Man, this is the second affix where you have something soaking up your convoke. Very annoying. Oh, we need trash still. Hey Sky, thank you so much for the 38 months. Appreciate that. 39 months. Thank you so much. How you doing? Where are we going? Wait, we can't use the card. If the owners would have to vote to change the management company or disband it, it's condos. Huh. Ah, interesting. Yeah, it's funny because we don't really call it we never call an apartment a condo. We do say condominium, but like for the building. Hey Bob, thank you so much for 37 months. What's up? We did it! Wait, so many people just got Keystone Hero. Let's go! Wait, all of them got Keystone Hero at Stone Vault. Nice. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong direction. Thanks for saving me numerous times by gripping and rescuing me around. So far. This song is so cute, I love it. Ooh, that's a very good cloak. Damn, huge upgrade. Ah, missing my leech though. Oh, whatever. Look at that cloak. Incredible. Who I am, who I was. It's like convinced that treadmill should be connected to your walking and running in game. I mean, that wouldn't work because then I could never cast. Then I just would be constantly, my character would always walk, right? And I could never cast anything. I could do this if I was a melee player. I feel like as a melee I could consistently walk. And it would be kind of okay. That'd be super fun though. Or a BM Hunter. Yeah, good point. Too far. The place inside your heart. Ooh. Hey, D-May, thank you so much for Prime. What's up? Appreciate that. What? I actually got an email from Blizzard informing me that there's a play that has been banned that I reported for botting. Really? They sent you emails for reporting them now? Has this always been a thing? Yeah, the difference between TGP and MDI is MDI is speedrunning certain key levels that Blizzard is setting. So let's say Blizzard says you have to run 12 keys or whatever. And TGP is teams trying to push a key as high as possible. Is that what they have for a while? Really? I've never gotten such an email. I guess I also rarely report people. I just recently reported somebody for calling me a bitch, though. I got many of these messages in League of Legends, though. The amount of times I got a message that somebody was banned for my report in League of Legends is insane. Welcome back from the race. So when is the first episode of Tasteless Podcast coming out? Thanks for 1 year, Pulverizer. Thank you so much. Hey. I would love to do a podcast with Preach, but it would have to be, it can't be the Tasteless Podcast because I have an insanely good taste, yeah? I can't join a tasteless podcast. I understand that Preach is very tasteless, right? But it would have to be like the tasteless and the something that is a compliment. The tasteless and the smart. Perfect title. I'm so creative, guys. Sign me up. Millions are going to be watching this podcast. Oh, really, Midnights? Okay. Tasteful. There we go. Ooh, should we do a key with a Sarthorian? I'm actually going to go AFK for a second. Let me pause the treadmill. And then we're going to do another key. Not sure which one. Maybe I should do a key once in a while that I haven't done instead of spamming the same keys over and over. 1 second. All right. All right. I use shattered unit frames, yeah. Sure, I can full cam for a few seconds. Oh god, what is happening? I'm scared. What's happening? Fall over? The audio scuffed. Started practicing for new overlays. I didn't hear the audio. You didn't? Or do you mean it was like the wrong song or whatever? You didn't hear the audio. I heard the audio. Interesting. I mean, that's more of my setting that is not working then. Hmm. Let me think for a second. It should work in theory. In theory. Let me see. I don't get it. Wait, but do we hear the other, just a prank bro audio and just not this one? Can you try something else with audio? Wait, you did hear this in the past though, right? I mean, this is not the same chorus. This is Trigger Fire. Oh god. Guys. Neither of them work? Like, did both of them work? Oh, because I heard both. Wait, are you hearing any other sound? Are you hearing the in-game sound? Like, did you hear the in-game sound before? Why? This whole time you had no sounds? Oh my god. You guys are trolling. Well, that explains a thing or two, huh? You haven't heard alerts either. Why did no one tell me this? What's wrong with you? I feel like I feel like this was pretty important information you should have told me. Okay, well, anyway, let me try to fix this real quick. Oh, beautiful. Oh, it's all messed up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, one sec. Wait, no, this is like this. Okay, one moment. Okay. Thank you so much for 9 months, Alembri. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks again for the 1 year pulverizer. How are you doing? Oh, this is just really quiet.
Way harder than past seasons of Mythic Plus. And whenever you look at it in isolation, there's a couple of key breakpoints in which, you know, keystones just straight up are.
Okay, the in-game sound doesn't work, but that's just because I have to restart, I guess. I regret bringing this up. I mean, you shouldn't regret it because I want my audio to work. Like, you couldn't hear any alerts other than, like, the only thing you heard was my mic and the Spotify. I feel like this was pretty important information that I wish I would have known earlier, but whatever, it is what it is now. But it should be fixed now. The stream is sad. I thought it was a mime stream. Wait, but there's music enabled now. Maybe not. It works. Yeah, it works now. Yeah, I fixed it. It's loud. What is loud? What's loud, Mega Disaster? Oh, wait, did you just play a sound? Because I can... Oh, that was really quiet for me. So now I barely heard it. Wait a second. Huh? But I didn't change anything. Wait, now I'm confused. Did you change something? Oh, I didn't hear it this time, Johnny. Wait. Why didn't I hear it? Can you play it again? Johnny. Okay, I can hear it. It's just a bit quiet. Okay, it should be fine now. Was it fine for you too, or was it quiet for you guys in comparison to the music? I mean, instead of trying it with this, we can just try a YouTube video. Okay, quick test. How
Okay, so I've seen some comments about
loudest titles for
keystone
you?
scaling and the key squish
Can
being
you understand what he's
absolutely
saying?
nuclear the
Versus
past
the
couple
music?
weeks, and kind of talking about how this new season of Mythic Plus feels way harder than past seasons of Mythic Plus.
Very quiet.
And whenever you look at it in isolation, there's a couple of key breakpoints in which, you know, keystones just straight up are probably harder than they have been in the past.
What about now?
I will say that part of this problem is players expecting to be able to do
now?
like high-level keys, right? Or they might be a little
Okay,
bit in over
perfect.
their head
Like,
in
is it-
terms of
but it's not too
what
loud.
their like actual skill is necessarily
Music
going
is
to
not
be.
well. The
because
music
they
wouldn't
look
be
at the
playing
key
when
and
I
they
watch a
say,
YouTube video.
I could probably do a 10.
I'm
when
just
in
keeping the
reality,
music on so you can like
it takes
see.
like
If
a
it
lot
should be
of
like the same
coordination, pretty
volume.
high item level to do a 10. But for some
Like
players,
titles
that's
should
not
be the same
necessarily
volume
true.
as
And
the music
part of it
approximately.
too is just doing a 10 this season is actually relatively hard. And there are actually 3 breakpoints in which keys get pretty noticeably harder. The first key level at which this is apparent, at least
Same
for me,
volume? Okay.
is the key level going from a 6 to
Good.
a 7.
That'll be fun. And I am louder than both of them, right? Like I'm louder than both the YouTube video and the music. Oh, I'm quieter. You want me to turn up my microphone? Okay, wait. Instead of doing that, I'm gonna turn down the music, right? Because I'm not gonna scuff my microphone. Wait. Okay, okay, then one sec. Then we turn down this music, I guess, a little. We turn down this a bit. Okay. Now let me... Now is it better now? If you could just turn off your mic, that'd be fine. Are we good now? Okay, let's queue up another M+ dungeon. This time we're gonna do... All good now? Perfect. Then we just leave it like this, I guess. For now. I don't think I want to do mists. Mist is a bit... There's like no big pulls in mist, and it's kind of annoying me. I'm gonna do big pulls. Maybe I should do Dawnbreaker. I haven't done Dawnbreaker in such a long time. I don't even remember how this key works. Okay, guys, if you have to choose dungeons where you can do big pulls in, what would you say? Like, number 1 is Stone Vault, in my opinion, right? You can do big pulls in mists? Well, not really. Like in a maze, you have to pull stuff through the walls and whatever, and it takes forever for them to arrive. Start of Arakara. I feel like Arakara, there are big pulls, but like a lot of the mobs have like no HP, so... Actually, good point. I do think that Necrotic Wake has a lot of big pulls. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the maze either. Sanity. Okay, so let's do Dawnbreaker. Where's that dungeon again? Yeah, Snowball has huge pulls. Wait, where's Dawnbreaker? Oh god. It's not here, right? In Hollowfall. I swear I'm blind. Oh, I just don't see it. Is it here? Dungeons. Huh. Wait. I swear it's not there. Like, I'm incredibly blind. It's just a bug, right? Zoom in? Yeah, but it's not there. Like, alright, well. Yeah, it's not showing it. Just open your eyes. It's right there. How could you possibly not see it? Idiots.
Speak and be heard. Resume.
You have Portal? Actually, I don't know if I have it. I think I do actually, now that you say it. For some reason, I forgot about that. Oh yeah, there's worlds going on, dude. K-Drill is only, he has 191k viewers. That's crazy. Dude, K-Drill is insane. Holy Jesus. K-Drill is also just so funny. I love watching him during his watch parties. I mean, I also generally just like watching him. It's so funny there's more like viewers than the main broadcast. Yeah, Kadrill's a huge gamer. Did you know that Kadrill follows me on Twitter? Yeah. Basically famous now. Both Pokimane and Kadrill follow me on Twitter. Unbelievable. You've made it, Dad. I'm gonna call my mom. Okay, I'm gonna drink the rest of this coffee, and this time I will certainly not forget to drink it, so it won't go cold. There's no shot this is gonna go cold. Also, pouring out coffee while walking is actually not the best idea, and I do not recommend it. I have not spilled anything, though. I'm getting really good at this walking thing and doing other things simultaneously. Not bad, not bad. I use a Zoe from BenQ. I really love this this mouse. What just happened with my headset? It just disconnected the Bluetooth when I'm standing right here. What the hell? Folktale. You got me at the first half. That's a good one. Oh. Shit, I need to turn on my headset or the Bluetooth before
5, 4, 3,
we go.
2, 1.
With its complement of cannons, it can...
Hi, guys.
Who are those intruders?
Bluetooth. Connect. Not gonna wild.
With its complement of
Okay, we're doing it, we're doing it.
It can... Wait.
I still don't hear anything.
Intruders?
Fuck. Hello, I want to cast. Jesus Christ. Still trying to connect.
Shielded.
Oh, am I at work now? No.
The Order of Night is trying to steal the flagship.
My total time in a treadmill for those 189 kilometers. I don't know, but you can do the math. Most of the time, I'm walking 3 miles per hour or 2.5 miles per hour. So just go with an average of like 2.75
Shielded.
and convert it to kilometers. And then calculate it.
Airships approaching. Be careful, outsider. Those aren't ours.
And tell me the answer because I would like to know too.
Shielded.
And I'm not doing the math in my head right now.
Empowered Belador's shadow. The Lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe.
40 hours? Okay. Approximately. Okay. So a total of 40 hours of walking, yeah. It's a decent amount. Connecting to Arctis Nova. Well, then maybe you should connect. Oh, it was turned off. Well, no wonder it's not connecting if the headset's turned off. Makes sense.
They've got us surrounded. You'll need to use those mounts of yours to fly to them.
Weird how that works. Oh, shit. Wrong. Ship? Oh. No, I was just first, I guess. Damn. Oh, I convoked a bit late.
No time to rest. Head to the next ship and defeat the crew.
Shielded.
Open your mind to the whispers. Embrace.
Only one more ship and the Dawnbreaker is ours again.
Alright. Right. Ah! Sorry. Oh, wow. I'm gonna have to try to connect again. Jesus Christ. I wish it. There we go. Now it works. Oh, jeez. That was a struggle. Your Windows is going crazy today, really? I have to update to Windows 11. I'm still using Windows 10. Because, I don't know. I'm still scarred of this one time when everyone updated to Vista and then the Vista was a complete mess. So I just like always like Windows update? No, no, no. I'm gonna wait. But I think it might be time to update to Windows 11 now. I think it might be time.
We have learned to embrace the dark. Be not afraid. Let it embrace you. The night guides me, empowers me.
Open your mind to the whispers.
The void spawned while I was convoking.
Shielded.
Fuck.
The
Whoa.
shadows bless you. Let night be unending.
Don't worry, I'm tanking this.
Darkness
Wait, I tanked that again. Well, now I don't have a rest anymore. Okay, I guess we just reset.
Feel night's embrace.
Can you reset by just flying away, or is that does that not make the boss reset? Oh.
Darkness prevails. Let all begin.
Hang on, let's try again.
The eternal night.
We can do it. So, question, like this affix, once it's up, it immediately gives the surrounding targets damage reduction, right? Until you kill it? Kind of a bad affix. I wish 12s would be easier. I don't want to play with these affixes. I just want to do high
Embrace
keys.
the darkness. The night guides me. Empowers me. The shadows bless you. Let night be unending.
Yes, Jesus.
Shielded.
Feel night's embrace. Peer into the dark.
Spell and ability cooldown rates.
The shadows.
How does that actually work? Like, does it also work? Oh shit.
And so you fall.
Does it also work? Fuck. Do we have an Ankh? Because we don't have a Russ.
She's lost control of her magic. Get out of there.
Oh, I guess we do have Ankh. Like, does it only work in a moment, I guess is what I'm asking, or does it work, like, forever? Like, if I get the cooldown reduction on my spells, and then the spell is still on cooldown, once the cooldown reduction is over, will I still have the
Embrace who you
seconds or minutes or whatever that it removed? I guess yes. It would be kind of weird if it... Wait, you don't?
Bless you.
No, like, let me ask this question again, because I think some of you didn't understand what I mean. Like, let's say I have a 3-minute cooldown or whatnot, yeah? Shit, I tanked that. Oh my god. Okay, maybe we can finish the boss?
Feel night's embrace.
Interrupts?
Let night be unending. And so you fall. The shadows bless you.
open your mind to the whispers. Embrace who you are.
Fuck, that affix is bad.
Into the dark.
Shielded.
Darkness.
That affix just one-shot me! No, I got hit by obsidian beam? What?
Feel night's embrace.
I was not in that beam! Oh, it's a tank slam. Oh, I see. Okay.
Shall claim Hallowfall.
I see, okay. I didn't mean... Yeah, well, first, it looked like the affix one-shot me. That's what it looked like. Uh, it removes the 6 seconds or so from the CD that gets refunded.
Embrace the darkness.
Hey Siobhan, thanks for 35 months. What's up? What's up? Yeah, so I guess my question is, if I have a cooldown that's a long cooldown, let's say I have a 3-minute cooldown and it's on cooldown, and then I get the CDR, then it will make my, let's say the 2 minutes left that I have on my cooldown is going to be shorter. But then if it does not get ready while I have the CDR and then the buff runs out, does it go back to the cooldown that it was initially? You know what I mean? Like, I assume it stays. I'm explaining this very badly. Thank you, Shimon. What's up? Okay, we tried. It stays? Yeah, okay, yeah. It would be kind of weird if it wouldn't stay, but yeah. You never know. Wait. Now some people said no. If you have 60 seconds left and get up to their speed, then after 10 seconds, real time, so you will have gone down by 20 seconds, so 15 left instead of 50. Yeah, okay, that's what I meant, yeah. Okay, good. But then obviously everything that you're not going to use while having the buff is not going to get affected, of course. Because you can't get CDR on something that you don't have a cooldown on. Yeah, they buffed it to 50, I think. Like, literally just today? Or yesterday? Okay, let's try Necrotic Wake, actually. Why is my score pink and other people's score is orange when it's lower than mine? I thought orange is like the better color. Or am I? Did they change that? I think it's the better color. Huh? Oh, I thought orange is better than pink. Guess not. Pink is epic and orange is legendary. Why are they not respecting the color scheme of item rarity? Yeah, purple is epic and orange is legendary. So legendary would be better. But apparently epic is better. Pink is in purple? I mean, it's kind of like, it's pink and purple. Like, it's the same thing. Pink, purple, what's the difference? It's purple, orange, pink. Okay, interesting. Red is pink if you look at it right. Good point. Is Necrotic Wake actually difficult on high keys? There doesn't seem to be a lot of keys here. Or maybe this search is just bugged. No, it doesn't seem to be bugged. It's working fine. Huh. The affix is mad on the third boss. Oh, the affix, sure. Wait, I just realized how bad this affix is on some boss fights. Wait, this is actually kind of a stupid affix. This whole damage reduction, the affix seems kind of much. I don't know. This affix is a bit questionable. Oh, I already have them. Okay. I mean, the only annoying thing is, like, to me, if I press my cooldowns and then this affix spawns, that just feels really bad. But I guess you could just have a timer in it or something. But you have a timer? Yeah, but that's a weak R thing, right? Like, obviously you can use weak Rs, right? But I do think that whenever stuff like this happens and you're kind of reliant on a weak R, it kind of sucks. Also, by the way, apparently there's like a lot of weak Rs that you need for Ansurak. Like, there's like 1 million assignments apparently, which, you know, I guess it's always different. Like, it's possible they're gonna nerf the abilities a lot and you maybe need less assignments for like an average mythic guild once they reach the boss. But yeah, like, I talked to the Echo people while they were progressing the boss, and they said, like, they don't know how an average mythic guild would kill this boss with the amount of assignments that you have to do and need, which requires so many weak Rs and stuff. Yeah, that's the thing, right? The affix can spawn in bad timings, and then you get a 10% damage reduction on a boss whenever, like on the third boss, for example, in Mists, not in Mists, in the third boss in Necrotic Wake, where you hook the boss down. If you get the damage reduction during that time, then that feels really bad because, yes, it's only a 10% damage reduction on a boss, but you're also switching targets. Like, you're doing damage to a different target. So not only do you do less damage to the boss, you also do damage to a different target, which means that you're really fucked if you get that affix in the intermission, I think, or when like the boss attackable. I was doing so mod on a giant rock. It spawned the moment the shield spawned. Yeah, that's also annoying. Oh yeah, true. First boss on Mists. Yeah, when you get the damage increase on Ingra. True. Yeah, we have Juventus here. Let's see if we can clear this Necrotic Wake then. I think we can do it. What is that again? That is BFA. Where is it? Wait, is it not? Fuck. Do I not have a... Oh no, it's Shadowlands. Whoops. You can swap to because it randomly went under the map. Don't worry, guys. They can fix that bug. They still have some time before the expansion releases. Don't worry. I'm confused why the damage reduction is not the punishment for failing, instead of it just being applied when that spawns. Yeah. I guess the argument is like maybe people wouldn't kill it. But, I mean, you kind of want to kill it because, first of all, it keeps you in combat. And second of all, if it gives a damage reduction after you're not killing it, then you also just want to deal with it, right? So I guess you are right. Like, I think it is weird that it wouldn't be applying the damage reduction afterwards. Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Like, why get punished just because it spawns? Because you're already switching to it, which is already like it's not a punishment, but it's like a downside. You're negatively affected by having to switch your damage to another target, right? Hey, Jinja, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, it's a bit weird. Yeah, Valtisius, I agree. Is Ansark and Heroic hard to pug? I don't... Well, depends what your definition of hard is. I think it's fine, though. Like, in comparison to previous Heroic bosses, it's not that bad. But people kind of have to know what they do, I guess. You know when I said I'm going to pour out a coffee and this time I'm not going to forget to drink it? It's definitely cold. Playing Shadow Priest and Plus feels bad, man. I mean, I see some Shadow Priest doing fine. It's probably not like the best, but like they seem fine to me. Doesn't seem that bad, or? Hey, Mythesses, what's up? How you doing? What's here to do after Mythic 10? Nothing. Everything above Mythic 10 doesn't give you more item level. So gear-wise, there's no reason to do hierarchies. You only do keys that are higher than 10 for your own personal enjoyment, for the competitive spirit of farming more score, for trying to reach certain titles like rank 1 title at the end of the season. That's about it. Other than that, there's nothing. Like, there's no more player power. And to call other people noobs, yeah. Hi, Saluda. This season work has kept me behind in WoW. Yeah, the good thing about this season, though, is that, like, I feel like it's pretty fast to catch up with everything. So if you fall behind, it's not the end of the world, right? I feel like if you have some time once in a while to play, then you can catch up pretty fast. But it sucks that you can't play more, or the fact that you have to work so much. I hope you have some free time soon so you can catch up on all the entertainment stuff that you've been lacking out on. We all want to play video games all day. When is season 1 likely to end? So I think probably in February, but not sure when, right? Maybe in 4 more years, oh no. Yeah, so expansion release was September, kind of, August, September. Raid came out September, so it's like September, October, November, December, January, February. Maybe even a bit later. Maybe even March for the new Raid. I'm not 100%. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, maybe February would still be fine. It depends. Like it kind of depends because I was thinking, or I was under the impression that they're releasing patches a little bit faster. But I don't think they are. I'm not sure. Because if they release patches like they normally do, then it would be like every half year or something, right? Every like 5 to 6 months. So then it would be around March. I'm surprised why player count is going down. I mean, player count is going down because it always goes down at the start of an expansion, right? 6 months are a huge gap between count, between patches. I mean, I agree, but it has always been that way, right? There was always a bit. I mean, I don't think you can argue that we have less content now than what we had in the past. Like, to say that people play less World of Warcraft because there's less content, I think that's just not... Like, that's just a disingenuous argument. Or you're not properly thinking about how it was in the past, because we have a lot more content now that is getting released than in the past. Like, we definitely get more content, right? Like, in comparison to the past, we get so much more stuff. So to say that we get less content and therefore there's less players, I think that's wrong. Maybe people in the past needed more time to clear the content, which might make you think that there was less time in between content. I think that's like the main reason why people think that there's less content. Because I feel like people are much quicker at kind of like clearing everything. And then once you are done with the content, or in your mind you're done with it, that's when you start counting the time until next patch, kind of, right? And I think in the past, like a long time ago, you just, like a lot of people were sticking to WoW a lot longer because they were like, I feel like there were longer grinds and the raid wasn't cleared that quickly, right? Like sometimes the raid wasn't cleared for like a month or so by any guild. And then it just generally took, like people played the patches a bit longer before in their mind they were like done with it. We did a video on this recently. We worked out the content release cadence was down to like 23 days between releases during Dragonflight on average. 23 weeks, I guess you mean, right? But that is split across retail, classic. Oh, okay. Wait, what? The content release cadence was 30. Oh, in Dragonflight. Oh, yeah, Dragonflight was insane with content. Yeah. I mean, of course, it obviously also just depends what you yourself consider content, right? Because obviously, Dragonflight had an insane amount of stuff if you look at World of Warcraft as a whole. Like, we had Classic, we had MOP, we had Plunderstorm stuff. Like, there was so much stuff. So to say that we have less content in that regard, if you look WoW as a whole, is for sure wrong. Now, if you look at only retail, and only like retail-specific content, and you don't count Fated seasons, then it is possible that we have less overall, right? Because a Fated season, obviously, is like some people don't like it, and some people don't count it as like new content, which it is new content, right? So I guess it just kind of depends on what you... Like, I feel like they have a lot more content overall, but maybe less content for each individual aspect. So if you're a person that only likes one aspect, then you might actually have less content for you. Depends what you do, I guess. But we do have more content for casuals, I think, in general as well, though, right? To say that we have less content for casual players, is that true? Like, I think that's not true. Right? I feel like we have more content for casuals, no? Like, depends what you think a casual player is, right? But, I mean, we have Delves now, which is literally infinite content for casuals. This is literally made for casual players, and it's literally infinite content. Now, I guess if you don't like Delves, then obviously, like, that kind of sucks, but it doesn't mean that it's not there, right? Maybe what you're trying to say is that you currently just don't like WoW. And I feel like that's okay to admit. Like, I think there's a lot of players, and this is not just like something that happens now, I think this happens all of the time. Like, there's many times where people just say, oh, people like don't like WoW as much anymore, when they maybe liked it a lot more in the past. And they try to find reasons in their head why they don't like it anymore, because they want to blame something that is not themselves just not liking anymore. And I think that happens a lot, where you try to find a reason why you don't like it anymore. And it could literally just be, I don't know, like, maybe the content that we currently have is just not your favorite, and that's fine. Maybe people that you played with before that you had a lot of fun with are not playing anymore. Maybe you liked playing before because your class was really good during a certain patch, or maybe you really liked a particular raid, or maybe you really liked this time where you had more time to play the game as a whole. Like, I feel like a lot of people are connecting their enjoyment of the game to outside factors that have nothing to do with the game, right? That's why a lot of people are also nostalgic of like older WoW times. Not necessarily because the game was like necessarily like much better back then, but maybe you had like a lot more time to play. You were generally just younger. Maybe you everything outside of World of Warcraft was also like more enjoyable for MMO players in general. Like the fact that social media and the internet didn't exist and the information didn't travel so quickly. That was like better for an MMO player as a whole, right? Because nowadays information travels so quickly, which ruins part of the fun of MMOs, where you figure things
5,
out, right?
4, 3, 2, 1.
And that obviously was connected to how much you liked the game, and we don't have that anymore, so. Not to say that, like, whatever your opinion is of something is wrong, like. Oh. Oh my god. Dude, why is Warrior so broken? What? Okay, why is Mookie so broken? That's an insane pull, and I love it. Let's fucking go. Stop the count, stop the count. I'm topping the meters. But like I'm saying, like, I'm not saying that you can't give feedback, or because obviously there might be things that you dislike now. But sometimes you do have to think about, like, is whatever your opinion is or is the reason why you think you don't like the game anymore actually true? Like sometimes people are just like making shit up, you know? Anyway. Shit, I'm not gonna get the CDR, but I don't want to use it. Because of my trees. Oh, fuck. Okay, I certainly wasted that CDR. But my trees weren't ready. I couldn't press the buttons. I guess I could have pressed the buttons and just used trees halfway through. But I forgot that I'm still gonna get CDR on trees. But I mean, I personally also, like for example, I stopped progress rating this tier, right? Like I'm not doing mythic progression anymore. And I mean, it's for multiple reasons, I think. Like I don't think it's just like one reason.
Open your mind to
And I do think that part of the reason is that like the rating, like mythic rating is just not that enjoyable to me anymore. Like the way mythic rating works as a whole, you know? I definitely think that, but I'm not sure if I'm like gaslighting myself. Like I'm not sure if that's true or not. I do think that like some like bosses nowadays, mythic bosses have been catered so much around the race to roll first. Like they basically, they are so mechanically difficult that they just become frustrating for a normal guild, you know? And I know that they're nerfing the bosses eventually, right? But I just feel like once they nerf the bosses, it also like, because you're designing a boss fight with a certain idea in mind on how you want to play the boss fight, right? And I feel like the most difficult bosses, they design for the race wall first in mind, like with the mechanics in mind, you know, for the race. And I'm talking about mythic bosses right now.
open,
And then when they nerf the mechanics
embrace who you
and the incoming damage and everything for people to be able to kill a boss, then I feel like the boss, like yeah, it becomes killable, but the whole idea from the developer that made the boss is now like in a sense like gone. Like it hasn't been designed for that nerfed version of it, you know? Which I think makes the boss by default like less enjoyable. If the designer would be designing the boss in the nerfed version immediately, then they would probably make some mechanics work differently, right? And I feel like that is part of the reason why I don't like raiding so much anymore, I think. Because some bosses just don't make sense anymore with how they work once they're nerfed. Like they still maybe make sense, but like I just feel like they're designed for the race, which makes the race very exciting. And I love the race wall first, you know. I absolutely love watching it. But for me, for myself to play it afterwards, it's just not really a lot of fun anymore. Because it's like, I don't know, it's just frustrating, I think. But then there's also other reasons why I don't like raiding anymore. So I'm not sure if this is like, I'm not sure if it's just true or if I'm gaslighting myself, I don't know. Because I definitely also like don't enjoy raiding that much anymore because of the schedule. Because even though I personally, even though I play WoW for a living, like I literally, it's my work, right? But I personally don't like being forced to play certain times per week at certain hours. Like, I just feel like I'm at a point in my life where I don't want such a high commitment anymore. Like, I want to be able to schedule my time more freely, you know? And that's like one of the things that really has bothered me a lot about raiding as well. Not to mention that I also think that Moonkin itself has been less enjoyable in raids, which I think definitely affected my enjoyment of raiding too. And there's a lot of people say, what do you mean Moonkin is always broken? But, like, first of all, no. That's not actually true. But then it's also like the fact that Moonkin is so squishy, in my opinion, and has been for such a long time. I mean, there might be some people that don't believe it, but it's just true. Like, I feel like Moonkin has been so squishy, and it's so annoying. Like, when you're raiding, you're constantly at the brink of death, and you constantly have to shift into bear form, which is not enjoyable. As a damage dealer, to constantly have to, like, spend numerous globals for, like, defensives, you know? Like, I don't know. It's just not fun. So I do think that has been part of it as well. Oh. So yeah, I feel like it's a combination of things.
Open your mind to the whispers. Embrace who you truly
Rallying
are.
cry.
Ow! Hey, Gatron, what's up? How you doing? And it's interesting because I talked to the Aqua players on which bosses they actually enjoyed from the difficult bosses. And like, so there were some melee players that I talked to and asked if they liked Princess Kavessa and if they liked the Silken Court. And the melee players said they did not like Princess Kavessa, even though from an outside PV it looked like an enjoyable boss fight.
To the whispers.
Embrace
who you truly are.
And they said they liked Silken Court. And then I talked to range players, and they said they liked Princess Kavessa, but they didn't like Silken Court. And the only reason why this opinion was so different was because on Princess Kavessa, the melee players have to go out of melee range a lot. Basically, means you're gonna lose uptime on a boss without you being able to, like, it's like RNG uptime, which means that some pulls you can lose all of your damage because you have to run out during cooldowns, and other pulls you don't, right? Which is just not enjoyable. Fuck. Okay, this was a bit of a difficult pull because the casters didn't stack up. And on Silken Court, melee have full uptime, but the range have to constantly walk around. So the ranged lose a lot of uptime. And you could always argue, oh, but ranged players, they just have to min-max their movement. But the problem on Silken Court was that apparently there was times where you had to permanently move for like 15 seconds or so. So you like, on Silken Court, you get pulled in, then you have to walk out of the ring, and then you have to walk back in to collect the orbs from the mythic mechanic. And no matter how much you're preparing, if you're not like a mage or something, then you're just gonna be walking around not being able to, like, you're just gonna lose uptime, right? And that's like the main reason why these players disliked or liked a boss, which kind of makes sense to me, right? Oh, shit! Help! Where's his Macromaster there? Oh my god. Okay, I'm convoking this guy. What are we doing? Like, just spamming AoE over some... Ah! Like, this Necromancer is not die. Oh my Jesus!
Open your mind.
Fuck!
to the whispers. Embrace who you truly.
Well, I guess we're done. Hey, John, by the way. Open stream current floor, alles as intended. As usual. Players like boss, they can DPS him, yes. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like a super, like it feels really obvious, right? But then at the same time, I wonder if Blizzard understands how important it is to players. No, we certainly did not have infinite time. Like, I'm wondering if Blizzard understands how important it is to players that they can play their role in like an enjoyable way. That means for damage dealers that they don't want to have RNG downtime, right? And for healers, they want to actually press their healing buttons in an enjoyable way. And the tanks also want to tank properly, because I swear the tank mechanics in that current raid are also just like, they're like not enjoyable. Tanks have been talking about this a lot. Like these tank busters and stuff, they're just very like meh. And I understand bosses are difficult to design, right? And like I get that. Like it's like I would be completely incapable of even thinking about any boss design. Like I'd be absolutely horrible at this, obviously, right? So I do have huge respect for these for the people that are designing bosses. But I do think that there should be like I feel like there should be a person or multiple people, like a team of people, I don't know, that in particular like checks the bosses for enjoyment of each role. Because obviously somebody's going to design a boss fight for just like the mechanics in mind and how you deal with it as a raid. And then I feel like there should be like some sort of secondary check where you go through and be like, okay, does this mechanic, like, is this mechanic actually like quote unquote enjoyable for melee players? Or is this like really horrible? Or is this a mechanic good for tanks? You know what I mean? And I'm not sure if that's already happening or not, but sometimes I feel like it's not happening. I hate ramp healing. Oh, interesting, huh? Yeah, I have to fix... I'm just gonna update the Plus Weaker, actually. What is that one called? Mythic Plus, that one? Oh no, this is just a group, but I'm stupid. All right. I guess it disabled the snap by default, right? The default and plus timer? In theory. Okay, I can do one more and plus. 10 range CR and blah blah. Oh yeah? Uh-huh. Oh yeah, true, the big wig thing. Wait, but I don't know how to fix that properly. Okay, wait, I can, but it's like annoying. Because I need to find a nameplate. Okay. Where is it again? Nameplates. Wait, it doesn't show test again. Oh, now I did. What? Okay, whatever. So, right. Drop direction. Oh, grow direction, not drop direction. Okay. Oh, I remember now that it's like weird. Maybe I make it one higher? Does this look okay? This looks good now. Okay, let's keep it this. The big wigs? Yeah, I can export it to big wigs. Or the weakers? Or both? Fuck. Is there an easier way to export this, by the way, Kuros? Like, for this, there is? Yeah, okay, how does that work? Okay, well, explain it to me on Discord, Kuros. So I can do it tomorrow, I guess, if I have the time. Or to start a stream or whatever. So what dungeon do we want to do? I need a short one. I have to leave in like 40 minutes? The thing with the, okay, I'm actually, okay, I don't know if all of you know this about me, but I was a big opponent of removing affixes in High and Plus. The main reason why I was against it was because I thought that people are going to get really bored of M+, if there's no weekly changes to it. Now, I didn't have any proof of this, but in my thought process, I was like, okay, like I understand that there's differences in affixes and that it creates some weeks that are harder than others. But in my mind, I was thinking, okay, if we don't have any changes from week to week, then M+ kind of turns into farm rates. Not really. Like, it's not really the same as like farm rates, but in a sense, right? Because I feel like progression rates are interesting to people because they're like striving towards something, and farm rates become kind of boring because it's just the same thing that you do again. Now, obviously in M+ we do have higher key levels, which make the same dungeon more difficult, which gives you that progress anyway, right? But I was just like thinking, okay, at some point you're gonna reach like the highest key you can do, and it might be fun until then, you know? Like this sense of progression to do high keys until you reach like your best, that is gonna be fun still. But at some point you're gonna reach that highest key, and you can argue, oh, but what about, you know, you can get more upgrades or you can play better or whatever, but that can only do so much, especially now that they changed the scaling between keys. I feel like that was such a big mistake by Blizzard, because if you're not going to have affixes, you need to have people somehow, you need to keep the motivation high for you to be able to do a higher key. Because when we still had affixes, the way you were thinking about key levels was, oh, I couldn't do this key this week, but maybe I can do that key on a key level higher in like 3 weeks with these affixes, you know? Like people constantly had this like way, like this kind of like motivation in their head, this hope that they would be able to do the same key with the next affixes. And that kept you going, right? Where it's like, okay, I can't do it this week, but maybe next week. But that way of thinking is now gone because we don't have affixes anymore for high keys, right? So why would you be able to do a key next week? The only way you would be able to do it next week is if you get some sort of gear improvement. But the problem with gear improvement is that it's also so front-loaded right now because of gear upgrades, right? Because of crests and everything. So the amount of upgrades you can still get later on is going to be not that much. So at some point, you can still improve your strategy, you can play better. Like all of that, of course, is true. But this motivation is not going to carry you throughout the whole patch, throughout the whole season. And I don't think this is happening already. I think this happens in like 2 months or so. Like in 2 months, everyone is gonna like the highest keys are gonna be done. And then what? There might still be some teams that are trying to push like slightly higher, but at some point you're just gonna be done, right? Like there's no way you can do more. And the motivation is gonna go down into like the basement. Like there's no one that has any motivation anymore to do higher because like you reached your goal, right? And I also think it's gonna be demotivating for people at the end of a season trying to push title. Because like with the old affixes, when the dungeons changed every week, some people were trying to push title at the end of a season. They could think, oh, maybe we can catch up this one season where we have good affixes, we can try to do the high keys. But that motivation is going to be so low this time around because people that have been playing M+ all season, they play the same keys every week without any changes of affixes. So the score that you have to beat at the end of the season is going to be much harder. Like, I don't think that people that start playing M+ at the end of a season can randomly get rank 1 title, at least not in an equal way as before. Like, it's going to be harder. Is it still doable? Probably, yeah. But it's going to be much harder. So the motivation for people to even try is going to be lower, I think. So, and honestly, I'm not even saying that any of this is necessarily bad. Because some people might be happy with the fact that the end of the season is not going to be super motivational anymore for M+, right? Because I don't think World of Warcraft has to be enjoyable throughout the whole season. And I don't think there always needs to be a motivation to play all of the time, right? Like, it might be a good thing that halfway through the season, you're just not motivated anymore. Then you just play something else and come back for next season, right? Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. But it's certainly going to be very different. And I'm not sure if people had this in mind when they asked for no affixes. Like, I'm not sure if that's something they thought about. And not to mention that Blizzard, I feel like, made a pretty big mistake by changing the scaling in between key levels. Because if you take a 15 key and you compare it to a 16 key, like, I think the difference between levels is too high because that also lowers your motivation to keep going when you know that the next difficulty level is like a lot harder than the one that you've already done. And if you barely manage, like if I barely managed to do a 15 key by like, you know, like I was like 1 second under or something and we tried so hard to do the 15, then we know, okay, the 16 is just gonna be impossible, you know? if there was more difficulty levels between, if the scaling from one key to the next wouldn't be so high, then I feel like there would be more of a chance and more motivation for people to actually try and do a higher key, right? So I don't understand why they changed the scaling like this. Like, that doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know what they're even thinking. I'm trying to come up with like a logical reason on why there would be such a big difference between key levels, but I don't get it. It's so strange to me. People who played in Plus didn't ask for no affixes. Oh, there was a lot of people that played in Plus that asked for no affixes. Like, I was like, every time I said that I actually don't want affixes to go, I feel like there wasn't a single person that agreed with me. like, I don't know, like I feel like I'm being gaslit right now. I swear everyone and their mother asked for no affixes. And then I was like, well, actually, and then people were like, no, Naguura. It's like, whoa, calm down, okay, sorry. Loud minority, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it was a loud minority, but I certainly never felt like people are agreeing with me when I like brought my arguments up on stream, And I feel like even if there is a loud minority that is like on socials or whatnot, I felt like at least some people would like agree with me in chat, But I never felt that way. Like, I felt like I'm the only one who thinks this way. Thank you so much for 17 months, Fivel. What's up? Good morning. How are you doing? But to be fair, like I do think we're not in a situation yet where we can really judge the no affixes. Because I feel like the amount of keys that are being done that are 12 or above is very low. So I do think that we need to give it more time before we can properly judge it, right? I personally still think that we're going to be in a situation where people get bored, yeah? I certainly think that's going to be true, but again, like I don't think we're just there yet. The reality was, though, that we just AFK'd every bad week and no-lived on a few specific weeks, which sucked. I mean, but did it suck, though, is the question? Because I think you have to agree that the affix balance between the weeks wasn't as bad, like, before they removed them. Like, yeah, there were some weeks that were actually pretty bad, but the key level difference that you could do with a good week versus like an average week wasn't that high. Right? Like this, it only felt that bad if you're like really doing the highest keys possible, right? Like if you're doing rank 1 keys, and I mean rank 1 overall, not just season like title keys. Because if you just did, like if your goal was to get title, rank 1 title, you could get that score in bad weeks. Like I think people were certainly exaggerating when they said that the difference between like a good week and a bad week is like insane. Because I don't think that was actually true. Because I played in Plus like every week almost. Because I mean, I was just doing it for stream content, right? And yes, of course, there was like really good weeks and there were worse weeks, like of course. But that was just really for like the absolute highest key levels. And almost every week you could do title keys that would give you rank 1 title. Yeah, of course, sometimes it was harder, but it was still doable. And I guess that argument, like, people, of course, still felt like it's, like, whenever there's a week that is harder, it's like, why should I play during the harder week when I can play during the easier week? But that's only true, I feel like, for like, teams. Because if you're pugging keys, it's actually easier to pug keys during bad week because there was less players that actually played, right? And people weren't so focused on inviting meta. So I actually almost always had an easier time getting invited into like worse affix weeks. So I don't know. Because the reality is, if we're gonna have affixes, there's always gonna be a better week and a worse week, right? You're never gonna have 100% balance between affix weeks. Which, you know, like, yeah, it's not great. Like, obviously, we would all like every week to feel the same difficulty-wise. But you can't have both. Like, I don't think you can have PvE content that changes every week to keep it fresh, and in addition also has like the same difficulty. I don't think that's actually something that's achievable. So you're gonna have one or the other. Like, either you have the variety, which keeps it fresh, or you have it be the same every week, which, you know, costs you the variety, but it's gonna be the same difficulty. And it has pros and cons both, right? I don't think one is necessarily much better than the other. It just has pros and cons. Scale of 1 to 10, how much did you miss the treadmill at the desk? I missed the treadmill so much when I was in Cologne. You talked about in German of the rate and bosses, but I see every time you see the problem, so the amount, it doesn't feel like it. Okay, why? Everyone just wants to stand on the top of DPS and to play mechanics. So, God, I cannot reach the boss and do more damage. Just so do not enjoy the dungeons itself. I mean, like, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I do think that people generally are focused more on like min-maxy stuff nowadays than maybe in the past. But like, that's something that you can't change. Because that has nothing to do with the game. That has to do with how the players play the game. And I think you're incorrect when you think that people didn't want that to do in the past as well. Like, I think even if you go all the way back to vanilla, people wanted to do top DPS. The tools that they had available to them were just much less, and therefore they were not able to min-max as much as they can now. But they still wanted to. To say that the players like didn't want to be top DPS or didn't want to do this or didn't want to do that, I think that's wrong. People were still competitive back then, right? And they still wanted to do whatever players want to do right now. It's just that it's easier for people to try hard and min-max now, which makes it's just much more accessible to the general like player base. While in the past maybe it wasn't. Alexander. What do you think about the idea that if they would change mob count partway through the season, so routing would have to change to help there be variety? Well, there's quite a few things they could do to help variety. If and plus score wouldn't work the way it does. Like, the problem is that we have Mythic Plus score, which you can accumulate throughout the whole season. And if you change the dungeons halfway through the season, drastically, like change count or whatever, then it also affects the score that people have reached until then, which is problematic, right? Because either the dungeons are going to be harder, which would mean that score that has already been reached cannot be reached anymore. Or it's going to be much harder to reach, which then in return means that getting rank 1 title might be impossible or much harder at the end of the season. And people don't like that, right? And the alternative is that you change the count or you change the dungeon in a way where the dungeon becomes easier. And then the opposite happens, where all of the score that you have reached until that point becomes irrelevant. Not irrelevant, but it becomes a lot less valuable, which is not great either, because then people feel like, wait, why did I play so much M plus for the first 2 months of the season, when then afterwards they're gonna just nerf the count and change the count, and now my score is kind of like irrelevant, right? Hey Viveka, what's up? How are you doing? What if you could opt in for affixes for a chance of extra loot? Or some kind of currency, and you could opt out if you only care about gear or something? Ooh, I mean, the affixes are literally only for competitive players. So no one is going to opt in to an affix that they could turn off. Because like affixes only exist, or the dungeons without affixes only exist from 12 onwards, which has no player power gain. The only thing you gain from high keys is score. And the only reason why people want to play for score is for competitive reasons, right? So making an affix like a toggle that you can turn on for fun is not going to happen. No one's going to do that. Because people are not going to do something that is harder for like no reason, unless there would be like a competitive reason, unless it gives you more score or something. And at that point, if it gives you more score, then everyone's going to turn it on. And then there's no reason to opt out, you know? Hey, Cerulean Sweater. No, I did not. I don't think I remember that name. Hey, Sans, what's up? Thank you so much for Prime. How are you doing? Workout locks and then flash score are the two worst things ever happening to this game. Fight me. I personally think you are simplifying it a lot. Because I've heard this take numerous times. But this is not the first, like this, you know what people said before this? Before workout locks existed and before flash score existed? People said damage meters ruined the game. And you know what people said before that? Gear score ruined the game. And before that, people said like the LFG tool ruined the game. And before that, people said cross-realm ruined the game. Like, people always... What you're really trying to say is that you think if the game was less competitive, it would be more fun. And I think you definitely have a point. I do tend to agree, partially, that the competitive aspect of this game is fun to me. Like, I enjoy it, because I'm a competitive player that enjoys the competitive aspect of it. But I certainly think that part of the MMO that I liked in the past, like I miss now, in a sense. Like, a very good example would be something like PTR. You know how the fact that we have access to PTR creates a situation where when the patch gets released, most people already know, well, I don't want to say most people, but there's some people who already know everything about the patch, and there's already guides out there on how to min-max everything and how to do everything, right? Which definitely ruins the like social aspect of the MMO. And I think that is what a lot of people are missing. I don't think people necessarily are super bothered by the competitive spirit of people, but rather the fact that people have such an easy way of being competitive without being social at the same time. Now let me explain this, right? So in the past, let's say a long time ago, in Burning Crusade or whatever, people back then were also competitive. And people also had damage meters and also had locks. They had all of this stuff. But it was like a lot more niche. And it wasn't as widely available as we have now, because the internet was just not as big as it is now, right? We didn't have as much social media and whatever, and like coverage from the game and everything. So the way you obtained your min-maxi information was through through friends. Like you would be hanging out on voice chat or whatever, and then some person came in, it's like, oh my God, guys, did you hear? If you go, if you're a paladin, if you have like a rogue and a paladin, you can go into Black Temple and you can farm these neutral trash mobs and it drops gems. This is a true story, by the way. Back in Burning Crusade, you could go into Black Temple and right in front of, was it Gorefiend? There was like a bunch of trash, and some of the mobs were neutral mobs that were not elite. They were just like standard mobs, level 70 mobs. And you could go in with only 2 people, one of them being a paladin. You could use, what was the spell called that killed the paladin when he used it, but the other player was like immune? Basically like cycloned. Divine Intervention, yeah. So in Black Temple back then, you could go in with like another player, you would run through the mobs, then you use Divine Intervention on another player. That player then rests you up, and then you can fight these neutral mobs, and they would drop gems, like epic gems, that you could only get in the raids, and you could sell them for loads of gold, right? It was insane. It was super, super valuable. And back then, because social media wasn't as big as it was, and the internet wasn't as big as it was, there was only a few people that knew this. So when I did this in Burning Crusade, I made loads of gold. And if this was now, like if you take that same situation and you put it into the current World of Warcraft, then first of all, everyone would know about this. Like this information would spread like wildfire, which then means that either it gets hotfixed by Blizzard, or the gems would be really cheap because everyone is doing it, and then it wouldn't be worth it anymore, right? So, so what am I trying to say is basically that back then, the social aspects of the min-max community created a situation where you would seek out like talking to other people more, because that's how you obtained this kind of like min-max information. And nowadays, that's just not true anymore. Nowadays, you don't have to talk to a single other person to understand everything. Like you can figure out everything about your spec, like absolutely min-max everything on how to do the most optimal damage, how to have the most optimal gear, how to get reputation the quickest, how to do the bosses without talking to a single other person, right? Because all of the information is out there through guides and everything. And I feel like that is what, quote unquote, ruins the MMO experience. But the unfortunate truth is that that cannot be changed by the game itself, right? Like, yes, you could remove PTR and beta or whatever. But the truth is, this would still happen. It wouldn't be happening like before the patch comes out, but it would happen almost immediately afterwards. So, like, this whole like MMO experience that people are seeking can still be achieved, but it has to be you that is purposefully not looking up guides, and you have to purposefully like find a community that all agrees to not do this. That's like the only way. Like you somehow have to like join a guild or whatever, and that guild has to like all agree to figure out everything themselves without reading guides, and you have to like do bosses without guides and all that kind of stuff. Which even then it wouldn't be the same experience, because some people could just look at the information and pretend like they didn't, right? And people around them could still tell them information that they wouldn't know otherwise. That's why when a new MMO comes out, it's usually the best time, even if the MMO isn't perfect. Yeah, and even new MMOs have like guide writers spawn out of nowhere immediately, right? Like I swear to God, there's a new MMO comes out, and then a couple of days later, there's already like 500 different YouTube channels that spawn out of nowhere that are like guide channels for this game, or even like websites that come out of nowhere that are like news channels for them and stuff, right? Yeah, Crunchy. Yeah, Max and I and some other people, we were doing some of the Savage raids in FF14 blind, and it was so much fun. Like, I really, really enjoyed it. The problem with World of Warcraft, I think, is... Like, I think the blind raid in particular works really well for FF14, but I don't think it works that well for WoW. Because I think WoW is not... It's not necessarily a puzzle game. Like, whenever it comes to the social aspect of the game, it's about min-maxing everything and not just, like, the mechanics of the boss. Because in the past, like a long time ago, in Burning Crusade or whatever, or in Vanilla, people had to figure out how to kill bosses, not because the bosses were incredibly difficult mechanic-wise and you had to figure out some, like, intricate puzzle, right? Mainly, the way you had to figure out how to kill bosses is how to farm gear, how to farm consumables, how to, like, min-max a certain comp, and stuff like that. And so even if you do a raid in World of Warcraft blind, it's not going to be the same enjoyment as you get as doing an FF14 raid blind. Because part of the things that you are trying to min-max in a WoW boss is like damage and survivability and all of that, which is related to your character's power, which you would have to do blind too for it to be part of the enjoyment of killing the boss, right? Dun, 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 dun. Man, that was a long conversation I just held, or a long monologue. I was essaying. Big essay. Did everyone fall asleep, or? Nice story, Bob. Tostada. I miss lower difficulties. Wait, what? Let me miss this. I wish you just kept the 1 to 30 system versus the 1 to 15. 1 to 30. Wait, what are we talking about? Only because it stretches the system out more and people find it better. Oh, you mean it in plus? Okay. So it spreads the skill window out. Right now, I feel like 9 slowly, please. People are lower than the 1822s from Dragonflight. It also makes it harder for less skilled. I mean, I personally think it's not necessarily I don't necessarily think the plus level being squished overall was the problem. I think the difficulty difference between the keys is a bigger problem in the higher levels, because I do think it was true that key levels from +2 to +10 before, like with the previous scaling, they were kind of like useless keys for like the plus environment. Like people that did between +2 and +10, it was like almost like a completely different game. It didn't feel like M+. Like it was so easy. It were so different. And yeah, I understand, like, it gave people like a, like, maybe it felt like it gave people like a better like difficulty curve in how they can like improve. Maybe that was a good thing. But I think Blizzard just wanted to separate the players more that are playing in Plus 4 gear versus the people that play competitively, which I do think makes sense, because people felt like a lot of people that were on these like lower skill level keys, they didn't like the concept of M+. Because if you're a player that plays between +2 and +10 keys, again with previous scaling, then maybe you're not a player that even enjoys the competitive aspect of M+ with like a timer, like the restriction of a timer, the fact that your death gives you like penalties and whatever, like, because then we're at the skill level where people feel anxiety to even join stuff like this, you know? So I think that was like the reasoning behind it. So people that are on this like skill level, they would be doing like Mythic 0 instead, where you don't have certain requirements, you don't have the time pressure, stuff like that, you know? Which I think does make sense. But I still think that the difficulty between the key levels, especially in higher keys, is too high. Thank you so much for the 21 months, 10 strike. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, it needs to be less steep, yeah. Yeah, there was also like no people queuing for it, yeah. Just feels like I can't play the game casually anymore. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying, like when it comes to, yeah. I guess one thing to mention though about playing the game casually though is also the fact that people in the past that played casually were a lot more okay with having a lot worse gear than others, you know? In a sense, like I'm not, because I think your opinion is valid. People are certainly a lot more competitive now and are also expecting other people to be more competitive. So it's less okay to be casual. Like I 100% agree with you. But then I think it goes both ways. So people generally are more competitive, but I also think that casual players that want to play the game casually, they also are seeking out content that is not made for them. You know what I mean? Because there's loads of content in the game that we have that is meant for casual players, where you wouldn't be looked down upon for not being as min-maxy, right? For example, like literally anything that is like achievement related, like, okay, not everything, but like achievement farming, transmog farming, pet farming, mount farming, like all of that stuff, plus delves, I would say is casual content. World quests, general side quests, like everything related to lore, like all of that stuff is like casual content. And whenever you do that content, you can totally be as casual as you want, and no one is going to be calling you out on it, right? No one is going to randomly join a quest that you're doing and be like, wow, I can't believe you're not min-maxing this quest, right? So I do think that sometimes people that are playing more casually, they also seek out content that is, I don't want to say it's not meant for them, because I feel like every content is meant for everyone, right? But then at the same time, I do think that if you're joining Mythic Plus, then you're already like kind of like you're joining content that is meant to be more competitive, right? Because you're doing a dungeon that has a timer, that has death penalties, like that is like inherently like a competitive kind of like aspect of the game. So if you're going out of your way to join Mythic Plus, I feel like you're voluntarily entering like a part of the game that is not necessarily like casual inherently, right? And then you can argue, oh, well, but I want the gear from a plus. And it's like, yeah. Of course you want the gear from a plus. Everyone wants the gear from a plus, right? But maybe like people in the past, like a long time ago, if you looked at like Vanilla or Burning Crusade, people were more okay with the fact that they didn't have the same gear as like some raiders did, right? Like if I was a casual player in Vanilla, then I didn't have Molten Core gear, and I maybe didn't have, okay, maybe you had Molten Core gear, but maybe you didn't have like Blackwing Lair gear, maybe you didn't have Ankyrai gear, maybe you didn't have Nexorama's gear, right? So you were running around with tier 1 items, while other people had tier 3. And back then, that was like more acceptable for a more casual player, because you just accepted, okay, I don't have the time to farm rank 14 PvP, and I don't have the farm to join a guild that does Nexoramas, and I don't have the time to do this and that, right? And it was just kind of okay. But nowadays, people are a lot less okay with that, I think. So and I feel like that's partially the fault of the casual player wanting too much, in a sense, right? Because there is a lot of content for you, but if you're seeking out the content that is maybe not necessarily meant for you, then people are gonna be calling you out on like being too casual, maybe not having all of the information. And then, you know, like maybe it's partially on you in that regard. But then, of course, I also do agree that people generally are a lot more competitive, even in like content where in the past maybe people definitely wouldn't been as try-hardy or as min-maxy, right? I agree. I don't like the death penalty being 15 seconds. And I honestly would like to hear like their proper reasoning behind it. Because I feel like there were some interviews where they talked about the 15 seconds penalty and they had this answer, but I feel like it wasn't like a proper explanation, or like I didn't hear like a proper reasoning and a proper like explanation on why they're adding this, or what they think it's good for. Like what do they think it accomplishes to have this like 15 seconds penalty? I personally just only see negative things about it. Like it just exponentially increases the difficulty of higher keys. Or maybe that's what I don't understand. Maybe it's not the death penalty that they need to explain to me. Maybe it's the difficulty curve that they want to be so high between keys, and I'm just not understanding why. Because I feel like there's multiple changes that Blizzard did to increase the difficulty scaling between the key levels on higher keys, and I'm not sure why. Like, if to me there's no logical reason that I can think of that would explain why they want the difficulty curve to be so high between key levels. Because to me, I only see downsides. I see downsides for people to, like, for the motivation of players to keep playing, right? Which doesn't really make sense to me. Like, why would you want to decrease the motivation of players to want to do a higher key? Because if you know that the difficulty ramps up so quickly, then my willpower or my motivation to even try to attempt a higher key is going to be so much lower, right? If I know that the key level is going to be so much more difficult. So I don't really understand why they would want the difference to be so high. I'm not sure I understand what the purpose is. And the same thing happens with the death penalty as well, right? The higher the death penalty is, the more punishing it is on higher key levels. Because of course, the higher the key, the more HP the mobs have, but the timer does not change, right? Obviously. So on a higher key level, the timer is shorter, which means that the death penalty being higher is more punishing on a higher key than on a lower key. So I don't really understand why they would want that to be true. Like, because at some point you're going to do such a high key level where if you die once, it means you're not going to be able to time the key anymore, because not only do you die, which is already a punishment in itself, right? Because obviously you're going to lose all of your buffs, but you also are not part of the damage, part of the pool anymore, right? So you might be losing your damage, you might be losing your cooldowns, you might be losing like a lot of stuff, right? And then a really high key, that might break the key completely. If it's such a close key where you have to like super min-max your damage or whatever, then one death might mean that you can't clear it anymore. And then on top of that, you also have like 15 seconds penalty rather than 5. It's like, why? Sopping. I think the lack of exception with players wearing lesser gear is related to an extreme range of power within the same tier of gear. You know what? Maybe, yeah. It's almost like the range we see between champion and mythic gear is the equivalent of 2 or 3 tier gaps from previous space before the upgrade system was introduced. You know what? You might have a... Yeah, that's not something I thought about before. That's actually a good point. That is a very good point. Yeah. Yeah, because the difference between somebody having like the lowest gear level of a tier versus the highest is insane. That is certainly true. Like it wasn't as big of a gap before. I agree. I don't think it makes higher keys disproportionately harder any more than the mobs doing more damage and having more HP does. Okay, so the reason why I think it's disproportionately harder is because on a lower key, the main reason why you're not timing the key is not because you're not doing enough damage most of the time. Raider, thank you so much for 39 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Like, I do think, like, you're right. If I have a lot less gear, like, let's say I'm, like, less skilled of a player, or we're, like, a less skilled group, and if we come as close to the timer as a group of higher skilled player does with higher gear on a higher key level, then you're right, the timer would be like the same, you just have different skill levels and different gear. But the truth is that usually people that do lower key levels, that have the lack of skill, they don't necessarily deplete keys because they're not doing enough damage. Like, I guess that's the main difference. Most of the time, people that do lower keys deplete the keys because they wipe or die multiple times, right? Not because they play really well without any deaths and then they run out of time. The thing where you do a key and you run out of time without having any major mistakes, that's only a thing that really happens in the highest keys. And then I do think that the death penalty is like, because on a lower key, if you wipe once, if it's not like in a boss fight at the very end, you can usually still do the key, even with a 15 seconds death penalty. It's really just if you have like numerous mistakes that happen, you know? Well, on a hierarchy, that's not true. On a hierarchy, if you have a wipe, you probably deplete the key, right? So on that full wipe, the death penalty doesn't really matter. Because if you do a really high key and you have a full wipe and a trash pack, you're gone. So at that point, it doesn't matter if it's 5 seconds or it's 15 seconds, right? the one thing where the death penalty does matter is when you have like a few deaths here and there, which almost always happens on hierarchies. Because hierarchies are incredibly difficult, right? So there's many situations where you have like maybe 2 or 3 deaths in a key. And if those 2 or 3 deaths give you like 30 seconds in addition of a death penalty, then that might actually break the whole key. Like you might actually just run out of time. Just because you have 30 seconds extra of time that was reduced, right? So that's why I think on higher keys it does matter a little bit more, while on lower keys it depends on the situation, right? Because sometimes on higher keys it also doesn't matter if you're just going to deplete it either way, right? All right, guys. That was enough yapping. Man, I love yapping. That's why I'm a streamer. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go now. I'm gonna go check out my new apartment because they did a bunch of stuff with the furniture and whatever. I'm really excited for it, so I'm looking forward to see that. And I'll stream tomorrow again, of course. Tomorrow I'll be around. Let me think. I have an appointment in the morning, and then I'll be streaming right afterwards. So I'm probably gonna be streaming at around 10 a.m. or so, probably. Hey, Steve-Wolf, thank you so much for 55 months. What's up? Thank you so much. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate you as always. Remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet. I would really appreciate that. That helps me out a lot. And check out my YouTube channel. I post videos there all the time. And check out my TikTok and my Instagram and my Twitter. There's links in the chat, but also in the description below. Just click on the things. And now I'm gonna host somebody. Hey, Floydex, thank you so much for Prime. I appreciate you. And sorry for having like this huge essay at the end of the stream, but sometimes I just like yapping a lot. I hope you enjoyed listening to me. And if you disagree with my opinions, then that's totally cool, by the way. Sometimes my opinions are a little bit cooked. It happens. As long as you state your opinions very confidently, then people believe you. So, you just have to be very confidently incorrect. So, let me host a growl. This is such a cute song, by the way. Oh, it's so cute. Also, that was a great throwback to the Black Temple story about the trash farming. That was a throwback. I almost forgot about that. That was actually a lot of fun. The Wayback Machine, yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Have fun watching Growl, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Have a good one, and goodbye.